Welcome back, sleepyheads. I've got some truly chilling stories lined up for you tonight. Tales that will make the shadows feel alive and send a shiver down your spine. So find a cozy spot, settle in, and let the darkness wrap around you. If you're enjoying these eerie stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. And before you drift off, leave me a comment telling me what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. I love seeing who's joining me in the dark. Now, let's begin. We had only been in the new house for a few weeks when the drawing showed up. It was a quiet cul-de-sac in Birmingham, the kind of place where neighbors wave from their driveways and kids ride bikes until the streetlights flicker on. Our daughter Ellie had already made a few friends, and one of them was a boy named Callum. He lived 2 doors down and had a habit of sketching houses in the neighborhood. It was his thing. Every few days he would hand someone a crayon drawing of their home, complete with stick figures and smiling suns. It was sweet, really. A little odd, maybe, but harmless. One afternoon, Ellie came home with a folded piece of paper. "Callum drew our house," she said, holding it out with a grin. I unfolded it, expecting the usual childlike scrawl, and it was, mostly. The red brick facade, the white door, the 2 front windows. Even the garden gnome we had inherited from the previous owners was there, standing sentinel by the walkway. But then I noticed the attic window. It was small, tucked beneath the sloping roof, and in the drawing it was shaded dark. Inside a figure stood, not a stick figure like the rest, but a tall, thin shape with glowing eyes. 2 bright circles staring out from the blackness. I frowned. "Ellie, did Callum say anything about this?" She shrugged. "He said it's the man who sleeps up there. He watches you." A chill ran down my spine. Our attic window doesn't face the street. It's on the side of the house overlooking the backyard. From the front, it's not visible at all. For Callum to draw it, he'd have to know what it looked like. He'd have to have seen it from inside. That night, I mentioned it to my husband, Mark. "Probably just his imagination," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "Kids make stuff up all the time." "Maybe," I replied, but the unease lingered. The next day, I decided to talk to Callum's mother, Sarah. We had exchanged pleasantries before, but this was the first time I approached her with concern. "Hi, Sarah," I began. "I wanted to ask you about Callum's drawings." She smiled warmly. "Oh yes, he's always been into art. Loves drawing houses." "I noticed he drew our attic window," I said carefully. "It's not visible from the street." Her smile faltered. "Well, he has a vivid imagination. Sometimes he adds things that aren't there." "Did he ever mention being inside our house?" She shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Why?" I hesitated. "He said there's a man who sleeps in our attic, that he watches us." Sarah's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry. That does sound unsettling. I'll talk to him." I thanked her and left, feeling no more at ease than before. That evening I decided to check the attic. The entrance was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I climbed up, flashlight in hand, and pushed open the hatch. The attic was empty, just as we had left it. A few boxes, some old furniture, and a layer of dust covering everything. No signs of anyone living there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days I tried to put it out of my mind, but then strange things started happening. I would find the attic hatch slightly ajar, even though I was sure I had closed it. Items in the house seemed to move on their own. A book left on the coffee table would be on the floor the next morning. The kitchen light would be on when I was certain I had turned it off. One night I woke up to the sound of footsteps above us. Mark was asleep beside me, and Ellie was in her room. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, moving across the attic floor. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" He listened, then shook his head. Probably the house settling. "No," I insisted. "It's footsteps." He sighed and got out of bed. "I'll check." I followed him to the hallway. He pulled down the ladder and climbed up, flashlight in hand. "Nothing up here," he called down after a few minutes. "Just the usual stuff." I still felt uneasy. The next morning, I found another drawing on our doorstep. It was of our house again, but this time, the figure in the attic window was larger, more detailed. The glowing eyes were more pronounced, and the figure's hand was pressed against the glass. I showed it to Mark. "This is getting creepy," he admitted. "Maybe we should install some cameras." We set up a security system, placing cameras around the house and one in the attic. That night, we monitored the feeds from our phones. Around 2 a.m, the attic camera picked up movement. A shadow passed across the screen, then disappeared. Mark grabbed a baseball bat and headed for the attic. I followed, heart pounding. He climbed up and shone the flashlight around. "Nothing," he said, but the camera picked up something. We reviewed the footage again. The shadow was there, unmistakable. We called the police. An officer arrived and inspected the attic. He found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone living there. "Could be a glitch in the camera," he suggested. But we knew what we saw. The next day, I spoke to Sarah again. "Has Callum said anything else about the man in our attic?" She looked uncomfortable. "He mentioned that the man is sad, that he watches because he's lonely." I felt a shiver run through me. "Does he say where he comes from?" She hesitated. "Callum says he was here before your family moved in." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure in the attic, the glowing eyes, the sense of being watched. I decided to go up there one more time. I climbed the ladder, flashlight in hand, and looked around. In the corner, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small, childlike drawing on the wall. It was of our house, with the attic window shaded dark, and inside the figure with glowing eyes. Beneath it, in a child's handwriting, were the words, "He watches because he's lonely." I stared at it, heart pounding. Who had drawn this? When? I climbed down and closed the hatch, making sure it was secure. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The morning after discovering the drawing in the attic, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The figure with glowing eyes, the child's handwriting, "He watches because he's lonely." It all felt too deliberate, too personal. I decided to take a day off work to clear my head and perhaps find some rational explanation. I spent the morning researching the history of our house. The local library had archives of property records and old newspapers. I hoped to find anything that could shed light on the strange occurrences. The librarian, a kind elderly woman named Margaret, helped me navigate the dusty files. After hours of sifting through documents, I found a newspaper article from decades ago. It detailed a tragic incident. A man named Thomas lived in our house and was found dead in the attic. The article mentioned that he was a recluse, rarely seen by neighbors, and had no known family. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, but the circumstances were odd. He had been dead for weeks before anyone noticed. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could this be the man Callum referred to? The one who sleeps up there and watches us? I photocopied the article and took it home. That evening, I showed the article to Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This is unsettling," he admitted, "but it was a long time ago. Maybe it's just a coincidence." "Maybe," I replied, though I wasn't convinced. We decided to talk to Callum again. Perhaps he knew more than he let on. The next day, we invited him over for some lemonade and biscuits. He arrived, cheerful as ever, clutching his sketch pad. "Callum," I began gently, "can you tell us more about the man in the attic?" He looked up, his expression serious. "He's always there. He watches because he's lonely." "How do you know he's there?" Mark asked. Callum shrugged. "He told me." Mark and I exchanged glances. "He spoke to you?" Callum nodded. "In my dreams. He says he used to live here and misses it." I felt a lump form in my throat. Did he say his name? Callum thought for a moment. "Thomas." That was the name from the article. I felt the blood drain from my face. "Thank you, Callum," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's very helpful." After Callum left, Mark and I sat in silence. "This is getting too strange," he said finally. "Maybe we should have the house blessed or something." I nodded. "It's worth a try." We contacted a local priest, Father Andrew, who agreed to come by the next day. He arrived with a calm demeanor and listened patiently as we recounted the events. "I've dealt with similar situations," he said. "Sometimes spirits linger due to unresolved matters. A blessing might help." He walked through the house, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. When he reached the attic, he paused. "This place feels heavy," he murmured, "as if someone is still holding on." He performed a more thorough blessing in the attic, then turned to us. "I suggest you speak to him," he said. "Let him know it's time to move on." That night, I stood in the attic, heart pounding. "Thomas," I said aloud, "I know you used to live here, but it's time to rest. You don't have to watch over us anymore." The air felt still, almost expectant. I waited, but nothing happened. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences ceased. The attic hatch remained closed, and there were no more drawings. I began to relax, thinking perhaps the blessing had worked. Then, one morning, I found a new drawing on our doorstep. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic was smiling. The glowing eyes were softer, and beneath the drawing were the words, "Thank you." I showed it to Mark, who smiled. "Maybe he just needed to be acknowledged," he said. I nodded, feeling a sense of peace. From that day on, there were no more disturbances. The house felt lighter, more welcoming. Callum continued to draw, but his sketches were now of gardens and sunny days. Life returned to normal, and I often thought of Thomas, hoping he had found the rest he deserved. After the blessing, things seemed to settle. The house felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered since we moved in began to dissipate. Mark and I started to relax, believing that perhaps the spirit of Thomas had finally found peace. Ellie returned to her cheerful self, and even Callum's drawings took on a more vibrant tone, depicting sunny days and playful scenes. But peace, as we soon discovered, was fleeting. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom," she said, "Callum gave me another drawing today." I dried my hands and took the paper from her. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic window was different. The glowing eyes were gone, replaced by a dark, featureless silhouette. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He's not alone." A chill ran down my spine. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. Ellie nodded. "He said the man has a friend now, someone who doesn't like us." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying Callum's words in my mind. Who was this new presence, and why did it feel so menacing? The next morning, I decided to speak with Sarah again. She greeted me warmly, but her smile faded when I mentioned the new drawing. "Callum's been having nightmares," she admitted. "He talks in his sleep, says things about shadows and whispers. I've been meaning to talk to you about it." I shared my concerns, and we agreed to keep a closer eye on the children. Days passed, and the atmosphere in our home grew tense once more. Strange occurrences resumed. Objects moved on their own, cold spots appeared in rooms, and the unsettling feeling of being watched returned. One afternoon, while cleaning the attic, I discovered something peculiar. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard was an old dusty journal. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant and precise. As I flipped through the pages, I realized it belonged to Thomas. He wrote about his loneliness, his longing for companionship, and his belief that the house was alive, watching him. But towards the end, the entries took a darker turn. He mentioned a presence, a shadow that whispered to him, urging him to do unspeakable things. I felt a knot form in my stomach. That evening, I shared the journal with Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This shadow," he said, "it might be what's causing all of this." We decided to consult Father Andrew again. He listened intently as we recounted the recent events and examined the journal. "This is troubling," he said. "It seems Thomas wasn't just haunted by loneliness, but by something malevolent, a dark entity that may still reside in your home." He suggested a more thorough cleansing of the house, one that would require preparation and spiritual fortitude. In the days leading up to the cleansing, the disturbances intensified. Ellie began sleepwalking, often found standing beneath the attic hatch, staring upward. Mark started experiencing vivid nightmares, waking up drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The night before the cleansing, I awoke to a faint whispering. I followed the sound to the attic, where I found the hatch slightly ajar. Summoning my courage, I climbed the ladder and peeked inside. The attic was dark, but in the corner I saw two figures. One was the familiar silhouette of Thomas, his form faint and translucent. The other was a darker, more solid shadow, its presence oppressive and cold. They turned to face me, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The dark figure stepped forward, and I quickly retreated, slamming the hatch shut. The next day, Father Andrew arrived with two fellow priests. They conducted a thorough cleansing, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere grew tense, and at one point, A loud crash echoed from the attic. After the ritual, Father Andrew approached us. "The dark presence has been weakened," he said, "but it's not gone. It feeds on fear and negativity. You must remain vigilant and keep your home filled with light and love." We took his advice to heart. We filled our home with laughter, music, and warmth. We spent more time together as a family, creating positive memories to counteract the darkness. Over time, the disturbances lessened. Callum's drawings returned to their cheerful nature, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. But every so often, I catch a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of my eye, or hear a faint whisper in the night. I know the darkness still lingers, waiting for a moment of weakness. And so, we remain vigilant, determined to protect our home and each other from the shadows that dwell within. The days following the second cleansing were quiet, almost unnaturally so. The house felt still, as if it were holding its breath. Mark and I tried to resume our normal routines, but a lingering unease clung to us. Ellie, however, seemed unaffected, her laughter echoing through the halls as she played with her toys. One afternoon, as I was tidying up the living room, I noticed a new drawing pinned to the refrigerator. It was another of Callum's creations, depicting our house once more. But this time the attic window was empty. No figures, no glowing eyes, just a blank pane of glass. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He left." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Perhaps the second cleansing had worked. Maybe Thomas had finally found peace. That evening I decided to bake a batch of cookies and invite Sarah and Callum over for tea. As we sat around the kitchen table, the children playing nearby, I brought up the drawing. "Callum said the man left," I mentioned, trying to sound casual. Sarah nodded. "Yes, he told me the same. Said the man found a new home." "A new home?" I asked, puzzled. She hesitated. "He said the man moved into someone else's attic." I felt a chill run down my spine. Did he say whose? Sarah shook her head. "No, just that it was someone nearby." The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled over me. That night, as I lay in bed, I stared at the ceiling, wondering who the new occupant of the attic might be. The following morning, I received a call from our neighbor, Mrs. Thompson. She sounded distressed. "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" she asked. I hesitated. "What do you mean?" "Odd noises, things moving on their own. My attic light keeps flickering, and I swear I hear footsteps up there at night." A knot formed in my stomach. "Have you checked the attic?" "Yes, but there's nothing there. Just old boxes and dust." I considered telling her about Thomas, but decided against it. Instead, I suggested she have her house blessed, just in case. Over the next few days, more neighbors reported similar occurrences: flickering lights, unexplained noises, and a general sense of unease. It seemed the presence had indeed moved on, but not far. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom, Callum gave me another drawing." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our street, each house meticulously drawn. In the attic window of each house, a small, dark figure stood. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He visits everyone now." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The presence hadn't just moved, it was spreading. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room, the lights on, listening for any unusual sounds. Around midnight, I heard a faint creaking noise coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The creaking continued, slow and deliberate. I woke Mark, and together we climbed the ladder to the attic. The space was empty, just as before, but the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. We decided to consult Father Andrew once more. He arrived the next day, concern etched on his face. "This is unusual," he admitted. "Spirits don't typically move from house to house like this." "Is there anything we can do?" I asked. He nodded. "We can perform a neighborhood cleansing, but it will require the participation of all the residents." We spent the next few days speaking with our neighbors, explaining the situation as delicately as possible. Some were skeptical, others frightened, but eventually everyone agreed to participate. On the appointed day, Father Andrew led the cleansing, moving from house to house, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water. The atmosphere was tense, but hopeful. After the ritual, the neighborhood felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. The strange occurrences ceased, and life slowly returned to normal. Weeks passed without incident. Ellie and Callum continued to play together, their laughter a comforting sound. The drawing stopped, and the attic remained quiet. One sunny afternoon, as I was tending to the garden, Callum approached me. "Mrs. Harper," he said, "I have something for you." He handed me a drawing, this one different from the others. It depicted our house bathed in sunlight, flowers blooming in the garden, and no figure in the attic window. Beneath the drawing were the words, "Peace." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. "Thank you, Callum." As he ran off to play with Ellie, I looked up at the attic window. For the first time in weeks, I felt truly at ease. But deep down, I knew that peace could be fragile, and sometimes the past has a way of returning when you least expect it. The days following the neighborhood cleansing were filled with a cautious optimism. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had once clung to our homes seemed to have dissipated. Children played outside without fear, and neighbors greeted each other with genuine smiles. It was as if a collective weight had been lifted from our shoulders. However, beneath the surface, a lingering unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching, waiting. The silence felt too complete, too artificial. It was the kind of quiet that precedes a storm. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a drawing in her hand. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Mom," she said softly, "Callum gave me this today." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our house again, meticulously drawn with crayon, but this time the attic window was different. Instead of a figure, there was a swirling mass of darkness, as if the crayon had been pressed harder, the strokes more frantic. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He's changing." A chill ran down my spine. I looked at Ellie, who was watching me intently. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. She nodded. "He said the man isn't the same anymore. He's angrier." That night, I found it difficult to sleep. The house was silent, but every creak and groan felt amplified. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts of the drawing and Callum's ominous words. Around midnight, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scratching continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment before nodding. "It's probably just a mouse or something." But I wasn't convinced. The sound was too deliberate, too intentional. The next morning I decided to investigate. I climbed the ladder to the attic, flashlight in hand. The space was as we had left it, dusty boxes, old furniture, and cobwebs. But in the corner, near the window, I noticed something new. There were deep scratch marks on the wooden floor, as if someone or something had been clawing at it. The marks were fresh, the wood splintered and raw. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. I needed answers. I reached out to Father Andrew once more. He arrived later that day, his expression grave as I showed him the drawing and the scratch marks. "This is concerning," he said. "It seems the presence hasn't left. If anything, it's growing stronger." He suggested another cleansing, this time focusing solely on our house. That evening, he performed the ritual, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere felt tense, the air thick with anticipation. As he concluded the ceremony, a loud bang echoed from the attic. We rushed upstairs, but the space was empty. The scratch marks, however, had multiplied, covering the floor in chaotic patterns. Father Andrew looked at me, his eyes filled with concern. "This entity is feeding on fear. We need to remain strong." In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. Lights flickered, objects moved on their own, and the oppressive feeling returned with a vengeance. Ellie began having nightmares, waking up screaming about the man in the attic. One night, I awoke to find her standing at the foot of our bed, her eyes wide with terror. "He's here," she whispered. "He's in the house." I jumped out of bed and checked every room, but there was no sign of an intruder. Still, the feeling of being watched was undeniable. Desperate for a solution, I began researching the history of our home. I discovered that before Thomas, the house had been owned by a man named Harold, who had mysteriously disappeared. Neighbors at the time spoke of strange occurrences and a sense of dread that permeated the property. It seemed our home had a long history of darkness. Determined to protect my family, I decided to confront the entity directly. That night, I climbed into the attic alone, flashlight in hand. "Whoever you are," I said aloud, "you are not welcome here. This is our home now, and we will not live in fear." The air grew colder, and a low growl echoed through the space. I stood my ground, repeating the words until the growling ceased. As I descended the ladder, I felt a sense of resolve. I would not let this entity control our lives. The following morning, Ellie handed me another drawing. This one depicted our family standing together, holding hands with the house in the background. The attic window was empty. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He knows you're not afraid." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. Perhaps by facing our fear, we had weakened the entity's hold. But deep down, I knew the battle wasn't over. The darkness still lingered, waiting for an opportunity to return. We really have no idea what is going on, but I'll come back here and post if anything else happens. Please pray for us. So, this happened last fall. I wasn't planning to write about it honestly. I thought maybe talking about it would just make it feel more real, and I wasn't sure I wanted that. But it's been months, and I still think about it almost every day. Not the whole trip, just certain moments. Anyway, we stayed at this place up north, in Maine, a little lake town that mostly shuts down after Labor Day. Everything about it was kind of perfect at first. The kind of thing you daydream about when you're stuck in traffic or scrolling through Zillow listings you'll never afford. The trees were already starting to turn, the lake was glassy and still, and the house itself was way nicer than I expected for the price. It was an old farmhouse that had been renovated into a rental. White siding, green shutters, big front porch with a swing. No neighbors in sight, just trees and water. When we got there, it felt like the middle of nowhere in a good way. The listing said rustic, but the inside was cozy and modern in that Pinterest barn chic way. Mismatched mugs, a wood stove that probably hadn't worked in a decade, big old mirrors and exposed beams. It even had one of those antique coat racks in the foyer. My daughter thought it looked like something from a haunted mansion, which, in hindsight, yeah. We were only supposed to be there for 5 days. Just a little family getaway before school picked up again. Me, my wife Erin, and our daughter Nora, who had just turned 9. She'd been begging for a vacation with real nature, and this place definitely fit the bill. The first day was uneventful in the best possible way. We unpacked, made sandwiches, explored the yard, and let Nora drag us down to the water's edge. She spent a solid hour trying to skip rocks and naming all the chipmunks she saw. That night, we made pasta and played Uno until she started falling asleep mid-turn. It felt like the first time in forever we'd all been relaxed at the same time. It wasn't until the next morning that things started to feel a little off. I was the first one up. I've always been kind of a light sleeper, and the old wooden floors creaked like hell, so I tried to move as quietly as possible. I brewed a cup of coffee and took it out to the porch. The air had that cold edge to it that tells you summer's over, even if the sun hasn't quite admitted it yet. When I came back inside, I figured I'd shower before Erin or Nora got up. The downstairs bathroom was tiny, just a toilet, sink, and one of those old-school medicine cabinets with the mirror on the front. I remember wiping condensation off the mirror after the shower, then doing that thing where you check yourself out for no real reason. I leaned in to fix my hair, and that's when I saw it. A handprint. It was faint, but there, just below eye level, like someone had pressed their palm against the glass and then stepped away. The weird thing was that it wasn't fogged. It was actually clearer than the rest of the mirror. Like the oils from someone's skin had repelled the steam in that exact shape. I stared at it for a few seconds, just standing there in my towel, trying to remember if maybe I'd touched the mirror earlier without realizing it. But I hadn't. I was sure of that. And more than that, no one else had been in the bathroom. The door had been shut all morning. I'd been the first one up. I even checked our bedroom door creaks like hell when it opens, and I would have heard if Erin or Nora had moved around. I wiped the mirror again with the hand towel and the print vanished. Just like that. I didn't say anything about it. It felt too dumb to mention, especially when everything else had been so nice so far. We'd only been there for a day. I told myself it was probably left over from the cleaners, or just some weird residue from when the mirror steamed up. Still, it stuck with me. Later that afternoon, Nora came inside looking kind of quiet. She'd been out in the backyard collecting acorns or something, so I asked if she was tired. She said no, but when Aaron came in from reading on the porch and asked the same thing, Nora finally spoke up. "Someone knocked on my window last night." It was one of those moments where my brain didn't even register what she meant at first. I think I said something like, "What?" like a tree branch, and she shook her head. "No, it was a knock, like a real knock." She held up her little fist and tapped the side of her hand against her arm to demonstrate. 3 times. I thought it was you or Mom, but I looked out and nobody was there. Aaron gave me a look over her shoulder, like, "Are you gonna say something?" I just shrugged. "Nora, it was probably just something falling or the wind. You sure it wasn't part of a dream?" She looked unsure. Maybe. I was really sleepy. We left it at that. We didn't want to freak her out. But Aaron brought it up to me later when Nora was outside again. "You think that's just her imagination?" she asked. "I mean, probably. She's been watching those ghost hunting YouTubers again. Still weird." I didn't say anything, but I was thinking about the mirror. I almost told Aaron then. I probably should have, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. It wasn't until the next morning that we found the footprint. And that's when everything shifted. I found it by accident. It was early again, around 6:30. I hadn't slept much. Not because anything had happened, just, I don't know. I kept waking up every couple of hours, like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught on to yet. I was up before the girls again and went upstairs to grab a hoodie I'd left in the laundry room the night before. The laundry room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, just past the bedrooms. The light switch is outside the room, which I still think is a weird choice. I flicked it on, stepped inside, grabbed the hoodie off the dryer, and then something on the floor caught my eye. A mark, a smudge. At first I thought it was just dirt. Someone must have tracked something in, but when I crouched down I could see the shape, the heel, the ball, 5 distinct toes, not a sock print. A bare foot. It was faint, but definitely there. And here's the thing that really got me. It was facing the wrong direction. Like whoever left it had been walking toward the stairs from deeper in the house, not coming in from outside, and it was the only one. No prints before it, none after. Just one, by itself, pressed into the wood like someone had stepped out of thin air. I stood there for a few seconds, just trying to make it make sense. I even checked the bottom of my own foot, just to rule myself out. Dry as a bone, no dirt. I hadn't been barefoot all morning anyway. Neither had Aaron, and Nora's feet were way smaller. Still, I wiped it up with a damp paper towel. I didn't want Nora to see it and get spooked again. Or Aaron, if I'm being honest. She already seemed on edge after the window thing. She played it cool in front of Nora, but I could tell. At breakfast, I decided to test the waters a little. "You sleep okay?" I asked, mostly to Nora. She shrugged, busy demolishing a bowl of cereal. "No more weird knocks?" I said it with a little smile, trying to keep it light. She looked up, spoon halfway to her mouth. "No, but I kept thinking I heard something." Aaron looked up too. "Like what?" "I don't know. It was like little sounds, like footsteps. But I think it was just my brain being dumb." She went back to eating, and Aaron gave me that look again. Not suspicious exactly, just unsure. We spent most of that day outside, trying to distract ourselves. It helped, sort of. We took Nora on a hike around the lake trail, brought sandwiches in a cooler, and stopped to let her take photos with the disposable camera we bought at a gas station on the way in. She was finally warming up to the place again, which made me feel better. But the whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about that footprint, the shape of it, the direction it was facing, the fact that it was alone. I waited until Nora was playing on the dock that evening to mention it to Erin. I told her about the mirror too. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at me like I was making it up. Then finally, "Why didn't you say anything?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I thought I was overthinking it. I didn't want to freak you out." "Okay, but..." She ran a hand through her hair. "That's 2 things now. 3 if you count what Nora said. That's not nothing." "I know." We both looked out at Nora, who was crouched at the edge of the dock, tossing breadcrumbs into the water like she was summoning ducks that didn't exist. "You think someone could have been in the house?" Erin asked. "No. I checked everything this morning. Front door was locked, windows were all shut." "What about last night?" "That part stuck with me. I hadn't checked last night. Not really. We'd gone to bed around 10, watched a little TV on Erin's laptop, then fell asleep. No alarms, no noises, nothing like that. Still, the thought crept in. What if someone had been inside? Even just for a second. That night, I triple-checked the locks. Front door, side door, back door. Even the windows, which were all painted shut anyway. I slid a dining chair under the knob of the back door like I'd seen in movies, even though I wasn't totally sure that did anything. Erin watched, but didn't say anything. I think she was glad I was doing it. We all went to bed a little earlier than the night before. Nora wanted to keep the hallway light on, which wasn't like her, but we said yes, just in case. The upstairs bathroom light was motion censored and kept flicking on whenever the cat walked past it, which scared the crap out of me at 2 a.m. I didn't sleep well again. I kept hearing things, soft creaks, the wind through the trees, the usual noises of an old house settling, but now every little sound felt sharp, like it meant something. Around 3, I got up to pee. I didn't want to, but I had to. The bathroom was cold and smelled faintly of old soap and the peppermint stuff Nora uses in her hair. I didn't look in the mirror. When I stepped back into the hallway, I froze. For a second, I thought I saw something move at the far end, just past the laundry room. Not a person, more like a shadow shifting where there shouldn't be one. But when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was my eyes adjusting to the dark. I even walked down there and flipped the light on, just to prove it. Nothing. Empty. Still, I didn't sleep after that. Just lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning. At breakfast, Erin said she thought she heard a thump in the night, like something falling, but nothing was out of place. Nora seemed fine, if a little quieter than usual. She kept looking toward the stairs like she was waiting for something to come down them. And that's when I decided to call the rental owner. Just to ask. Not to accuse anyone of anything, just to ask. If anyone else had stayed here recently. If there was anything we should know about the place. I expected a cheerful, "Oh, it's just the pipes," kind of answer. What I got instead was a long pause. Then the owner cleared his throat. "There may have been a situation with the last guests," he said. "Why do you ask?" I didn't even know what to say. "You should have told us that when we booked," I finally said. "I didn't think it would matter," he said quietly. "They were supposed to leave 2 weeks ago, but they brought someone extra, someone who wasn't on the booking. And they never officially checked out." I felt cold, just numb. "What do you mean they never checked out?" "They just stopped answering," he said. "We assumed they left. The cleaners said the place looked empty." "But what if they didn't?" He didn't answer that. And I didn't ask again. I didn't tell Aaron right away. I mean, what was I even supposed to say? "Hey, the guy who owns this house casually admitted that someone stayed here and might never have left. But don't worry, he's pretty sure the place was empty." I just stood in the kitchen for a while, phone still in my hand, pretending to scroll through emails. Erin was out on the porch with her tea. Nora was drawing at the table, doing that thing where she talks to herself in little made-up voices. Everything looked so normal. I didn't want to shatter it, not yet. So I waited. Instead, I went upstairs and checked the entire house again, every closet, every cabinet, even under the beds, which felt a little childish, but I did it anyway. I opened the attic hatch in the hallway, nothing but dust and insulation. I knocked on the walls. I pushed at the back panels of the linen closet just in case it had some creepy crawl space no one told us about. Nothing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Later I asked the owner for more details, trying to keep the conversation casual. He said the original guests were a couple from Connecticut, early 30s. They booked for a week, then extended their stay 3 more days. But the cleaner showed up after checkout and found the place empty, no sign of anyone, no personal stuff left behind. "But the neighbors said they brought someone else," he told me. "A third person, younger guy, I think. Someone who didn't show up on the reservation." I asked if he'd ever gotten in touch with them again. He just said no, that they stopped answering emails and calls, that he filed a complaint with the rental platform, but nothing came of it. I asked if he called the cops. He hesitated again. "No signs of anything illegal," he said. "The house was clean, doors locked, nothing broken. If they left someone behind, they must have come back for them." I hung up without saying much. I was trying to keep it together for Nora, who had started asking if we could go home early. She didn't say why, and I didn't push. But I think she felt it too, the tension that had started filling up the space between us, like humidity before a storm. That night, everything came to a head. It started just after midnight. I'd been in bed for hours but hadn't managed to sleep. Erin was turned away from me, completely still, which usually meant she was awake too. The house was dead quiet. No wind, no creaks. Even the old pipes had gone silent. And then 3 soft knocks. Not on our door, on Nora's. I sat up straight. Erin did too at the exact same time. She looked at me wide-eyed. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. We both got out of bed without speaking. I didn't even grab anything, just moved. Nora's room was across the hall. The door was shut, and there was no sound on the other side. I knocked gently and opened it before she answered. She was sitting up in bed, covers pulled to her chest. "There was someone at my door," she said quietly. "I heard them." I looked around her room. No open windows, nothing moved, no sign of anything again. But it wasn't just the knock this time. There were smudges on the door, like fingerprints, right at her height, 5 of them, smeared slightly like someone had run their hand down the wood. Aaron saw them too. I looked over and she was already pulling Nora's suitcase out from under the bed, stuffing clothes in without folding anything. "We're leaving," she said. And honestly, I didn't argue. I helped pack. We didn't talk much, just moved. Nora was shaking, but she didn't cry. I told her to keep her hoodie on, and she nodded like she was trying not to fall apart. She looked older than 9 all of a sudden. We were in the car in less than 15 minutes. The sun wasn't even close to up yet. As we pulled away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone step out onto the porch behind us. Nothing. We drove to a diner about 30 miles south, one of those 24-hour ones you forget exist until you need one. The coffee was awful and the eggs were rubbery, but I didn't care. Aaron and I sat across from each other, silently staring at our plates, while Nora drew ghosts on her napkin. I finally told Aaron what the owner had said. She didn't say much, just, I knew something was off. After breakfast, we booked a hotel closer to Portland and stayed there the next 2 nights. We didn't go back to the lake house, not even to check out properly. I sent the owner a message and left the keys under a flower pot on the porch. He messaged back 2 days later, just, "Understood." That was it. Nora didn't want to talk about what happened. We tried gently, but she shut down every time we brought it up. I think part of her was afraid we'd tell her she imagined it, and part of her was afraid we'd say she didn't. The weirdest part? A week after we got home, a disposable camera roll came in the mail. No note, just a cardboard sleeve with Nora's name on it. We hadn't developed the one from the trip yet. I figured maybe Aaron did it and forgot to mention it. But she swore she didn't. We opened the sleeve together. It was the same camera, all right, Nora's handwriting on the little sticker, and most of the pictures were hers. Trees, chipmunks, the lake, a blurry one of me flipping a pancake. Then came the last 5. One was a photo of the upstairs hallway taken at night, it looked like. No flash. Almost completely dark except for the faint outline of the railing. The next was Nora's bedroom door, closed, no one in the frame. Then the bathroom mirror, not the whole room, just the mirror, centered perfectly. And then the attic hatch, shot from below. The final one was, I don't even know how to describe it. It was black, almost entirely, except in the center, where there was something, a shape. It looked like a person crouched low to the ground, as if they were ducking under something. You could barely see it, but the eyes caught the flash. They were open, and they were looking directly into the camera. I didn't tell Nora about the photos. I mean, how could I? She was just starting to seem normal again, eating better, sleeping through the night, laughing at dumb cartoons. Every now and then she'd get quiet for no reason, or jump at small noises, but I figured that was just going to take time. Same for Aaron. She threw herself back into work like nothing happened. She never brought up the house again. She wouldn't even say the word lake. But I couldn't let it go, not completely. At first I tried. I buried the camera envelope in a junk drawer, stopped checking the rental listing, made myself stop going over every detail in my head, but it was like my brain refused to move on. I'd be driving to work and suddenly wonder if the camera had a timer function, if someone could have taken those photos without Nora knowing. One night I got so fixated, I pulled the camera back out and checked the model online. Disposable Kodak fun saver, no timer, no remote. You can't take pictures without someone physically clicking the button. So who took them? It ate at me in a slow, quiet way. I didn't tell anyone how much time I was spending thinking about it, especially Erin. She already thought I was spiraling, and maybe I was. 3 weeks after we got back, I called the rental owner again. I told myself I just wanted closure, that if I could get one more solid answer, I could finally drop it. He picked up on the second ring, sounded groggy. I apologized for bothering him, said we'd stayed in the house last month and I just had some follow-up questions. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "You're the one with the kid." I said yes. Another pause. "Is she okay?" he asked, genuinely, not like small talk. It sounded like someone who actually wasn't sure if she'd made it out all right. "She's fine," I said, "mostly." He sighed like that answer made him feel worse, not better. "I should have taken it off the market," he said. "What do you mean?" He told me that after we left, the next guests lasted one night, a couple with a dog. They messaged him the next morning and said the place had a weird energy, that the dog wouldn't go upstairs, that they kept hearing movement in the walls. He refunded them, no argument, just sent the money back. "Was there anything in the house when you went back?" I asked. "After us?" "No," he said. "It was clean, locked up, same as before." But he didn't sound sure. He didn't hang up until I asked him flat out if anyone had ever died there. He said no, not as far as he knew, but the way he said it, "not as far as I know," made my skin crawl. That was the last time I spoke to him. I thought about reporting it. I even looked up how. There's no real process for "something's wrong with this Airbnb," not unless someone gets hurt, and technically no one had. Still, I filed a complaint through the site, just to have it on record. I kept it vague, said the place made us uncomfortable, that my daughter didn't feel safe there. They sent back a generic email thanking me for the feedback. A few days later, I checked the listing again. It was gone. Just removed completely, like it never existed. That should have made me feel better. I thought it would. It didn't. Because here's the thing. Once you've experienced something you can't explain, really can't, it kind of breaks your brain a little. You start second, guessing everything. Every noise in the house. Every open door you don't remember opening. I started waking up at 3:15 every night. Not exactly on the dot, but close enough to feel weird. And there were other things too, small things. One morning, I found a wet footprint in the hallway outside our bathroom. No one had showered yet. Aaron brushed it off, said maybe the cat had stepped in the sink, even though he never does that. But I checked his paws. They were clean. Another night I found a handprint on the back of our bedroom mirror. a small one, like a child's. I wiped it off without telling anyone. I don't know why I didn't say anything. Maybe I thought if I didn't name it, it couldn't grow. But Nora noticed something was wrong. She didn't ask questions, not directly, but she started sleeping with the light on again. She asked if she could move her bed so it didn't face the window. She started drawing things that made me uncomfortable. Long hallways, dark doors, shadowy figures standing just out of frame. Sometimes she'd cross them out with so much pressure the paper would tear. Aaron saw one of them and asked if everything was okay at school. Nora said yeah, but she wouldn't meet her eyes. Then, one night, about a month after we got back, she came into our room. It was just after midnight. I was still awake, lying there with that familiar tight feeling in my chest. "Can I sleep with you guys?" she whispered. Aaron moved over and pulled back the blanket without even asking why. Once she was settled between us, I asked as gently as I could, "Did you have a bad dream?" She didn't answer right away. Then she whispered, "He's still looking." I didn't know what that meant. I wanted to ask, but Aaron shushed me and rubbed her back until she fell asleep. I just stared at the ceiling. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day I went back to that junk drawer and pulled out the camera envelope again. I looked at that last photo for a long time, the shape crouched low, the pale dots of its eyes. And I realized something I hadn't before. The camera was angled upward, like someone had been holding it at chest level and pointed it toward the floor, not standing height, not eye level. It had been taken by a child, which means Nora didn't forget taking it. She lied. I didn't confront Nora right away. I thought about it, I even rehearsed what I'd say, but something about the idea made me hesitate. She was just a kid. I didn't want to accuse her of lying. I just wanted to understand. For a couple days, I kept watching her, not in a creepy way, just noticing. She was still herself mostly. She laughed at cartoons. She told me when her class hamster died like it actually bummed her out. But there were moments when she seemed far away, like I'd ask her a question and she'd blink before answering, like she had to come back from wherever she'd gone. I asked her about the trip once, just lightly while we were in the car. "What was your favorite part of the lake house?" She didn't answer for a long time. Then she said, "The dock." "Not the house?" She shook her head. The house felt weird. I nodded. "You never told me what you saw. That night, someone knocked." She glanced at me but didn't say anything. "Nora?" "I didn't see anything," she said. "That's the problem." I let it go after that. That night, after she went to bed, I sat on the edge of the couch with the photo in my hands again. That final one, the dark one. I brought it close to the lamp and studied every inch of it. The shape was so hard to define. You couldn't make out a face, just the idea of one. The way it crouched low, not like it was scared, more like it was waiting. And the eyes, that's what stuck with me. They didn't look human. Not in a dramatic way, no glowing or unnatural features. Just blank, wide. Like whatever it was didn't understand what it was looking at, or maybe didn't care. I flipped the photo over, just white on the back. I held it up to the light. thinking maybe there was something written on it in pencil, but there wasn't. Still, I couldn't shake the idea that something had posed for that photo, that it had looked into the lens on purpose. After that, the dreams started. Not violent or gory, just strange, quiet. The kind of dreams that feel more like memories than nightmares. In one of them, I was standing in the upstairs hallway of the lake house, barefoot. I wasn't doing anything, just standing there, looking toward the laundry room. And some shape was crouched in the shadows at the end, just barely visible. I couldn't move, I couldn't blink. And the longer I stood there, the more I became aware that it was the one watching me. I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, sometimes halfway off the bed like I was trying to get away from something. I started sleeping with the hallway light on again, just like Nora. A few nights later, I came home late from work. Erin was already in bed. Nora was supposed to be too, but when I passed her room, I saw the light was still on. Not the overhead light, just the little desk lamp she sometimes used to read. I knocked and opened the door. She was sitting on the floor, cross-legged, facing the mirror. The same kind we'd bought her last year. Full-length, oval, mounted on a wooden stand. She didn't look at me. "What are you doing?" I asked. She turned slowly, like she was waking up from something. Her eyes were glassy. "I thought I saw something," she said. "In the mirror?" She nodded. I sat down beside her. "Like what?" "I don't know." She pulled her knees up. It wasn't clear. Like it was trying to look like me, but it didn't know how. That sentence hit me harder than it should have. It was too specific, too real. "Have you seen it before?" She hesitated, then shook her head. But I didn't believe her. She didn't sleep in her room that night. I let her stay on the couch with a blanket and some cartoons. Erin didn't ask why. She just looked at me like she already knew something was happening that we didn't know how to stop. That weekend, I went looking for the other family, the one who stayed at the house before us. I know that sounds crazy, but I couldn't stop thinking about what the rental owner said, that they brought someone else, someone who wasn't supposed to be there, and that they just left. I still had the booking confirmation in my email. I used it to check the listing again, not the live one. It was gone, but the archived version that Google had cached. From there I got the name of the property management company, just a generic sounding outfit that handled a bunch of vacation homes in the area. I called and pretended to be someone looking to book for next year, asked if the lake house was available. The woman on the phone was polite but confused. "That listing's been pulled," she said. "Do you know why?" She paused. "I'm not really allowed to discuss that." "Was there a police report or something?" "Sir, is this about a prior stay?" I didn't answer. I think my silence said enough. Then, after a long pause, she lowered her voice. "There was an incident," she said, "but it didn't happen to any of our guests, not officially." "What does that mean?" "I can't say more. I really can't. But, off the record, if I were you, I wouldn't go looking." I hung up before she could say anything else. The next day, I noticed something strange with Nora's drawings. She'd started a new sketchbook. Same stuff at first: animals, trees, cartoon characters. But halfway through they started getting darker, literally, thick black crayon covering half the page, stick figures with their faces scribbled out. A little girl standing in front of a mirror, with two shadows behind her. In one, she'd drawn the lake house. I recognized the shape of it right away, but all the windows were blacked out, and something was crouched on the roof. I asked her about it. She said, "That's not the house, that's the copy." I didn't ask what that meant. Later, after she went to bed, I flipped through the sketchbook again. The last page was blank, except for one sentence written in shaky pencil. "He remembers where we went. That night, I locked every door in the house. But I didn't sleep. And I kept the lights on. It's been almost a year since the lake house. I've rewritten this story in my head 100 different ways, some versions scarier, some more rational. I kept thinking that maybe, if I could just land on the right version, I'd finally be able to file it away in that mental drawer where we keep all the weird, half-remembered stuff from our lives. But I'm starting to realize that's not how it works. Some things don't get tied up neatly. They don't offer you closure. They just end. And if you're lucky, you get to decide when. So this is me doing that, ending it. Here's what finally happened. A few weeks after I found Nora's drawing, the one that said he remembers where we went, I sat down with her. Really sat down, no distractions, no jokes. Just me and her on the back porch one late Saturday morning, while Aaron was out getting groceries. I didn't try to sneak up on it. I didn't treat it like a trap or a therapy session. I just asked her, "What do you remember about that trip?" She was quiet for a while. I let her take her time. Eventually she said, "I remember feeling watched." "By what?" She looked down at her knees. "Not a person." I nodded. "Was it in the house?" Another long pause. "I think it followed us there. Or maybe it was already there, and we brought something it liked." I didn't ask her to explain. Honestly, I don't think she could have. But then she said something I'll never forget. "It didn't want to hurt us. It just wanted to stay." That shook me more than anything else. Because it made a strange kind of sense. We kept waiting for something violent to happen, but it never did. It just lingered, observed, left pieces of itself around like forgotten laundry. That handprint, the knock, the photo, whatever it wasn't trying to scare us. It was trying to settle in, like it was learning how to be human by mimicking us. After that conversation, things changed. Slowly, but they did. Nora started sleeping in her room again. The lights stayed on for a while, but eventually she stopped needing them. The drawings became brighter, less dark, less chaotic. The shadows shrank. Her therapist said she was processing well. I think that's probably true. Aaron and I talked more too, really talked. For a while, we'd both been pretending it hadn't affected us. But it had. It's hard to explain what it feels like to be scared in your own home, not of a person, but of the possibility that the world is thinner than you thought, that there's something just beyond it, watching. She told me she'd been having dreams too, mostly of doors she couldn't open, or mirrors that showed the wrong room behind her, but they'd faded over time, just like mine did. There were no more footprints, no more smudges, no photos in the mail, and still it lingered in the back of my head. He remembers where we went. It almost felt like a warning, but it also felt like a truth. Because even as life started to feel normal again, school drop-offs, Saturday chores, lunch leftovers in the fridge, I couldn't forget that house. So one day, I went back, alone. I didn't tell Aaron. I didn't even plan it, really. I had a work trip a couple towns over and realized I was only an hour and a half from the lake. I told myself I just wanted to see if the house was still there. If maybe I'd built it up in my head. It was still there. Same white siding, same green shutters, same porch swing, swaying slightly in the breeze like someone had just gotten up from it. There was no for rent sign, no sign of life at all. Just tall grass and a bird bath full of leaves. I parked down the road and walked up to the edge of the property, but I didn't go in. I just stood there. And I don't know how to explain this part in a way that doesn't sound made up, but I'll try. I felt something let go. It wasn't dramatic, no rush of wind, no voices in the trees, just a lightness, like tension I didn't even realize I was carrying had loosened from my chest. Whatever had been there, it wasn't anymore. I didn't feel watched. I didn't feel anything really, just tired. I stood there for a few more minutes, took one last look at the windows, and walked back to the car. On the drive home, I didn't replay anything in my head. I didn't try to dissect it. I didn't feel the need. That was the last time I thought of the lake house in the way I used to, as a threat, as something unfinished. Now, when I think of it, I mostly just feel a little sad. Not for us, for it. Because if I'm right, if it was trying to learn, trying to be close to something it couldn't quite touch, then maybe all those little things weren't warnings. Maybe they were attempts, bad ones, sure. Unnerving, but not malicious. Just lonely. And maybe we were the first ones to really see it. Maybe that's why it followed us home for a while. Maybe we reminded it of something. I'll never know. I'm okay with that. Nora's fine. She still draws, but it's all sunshine and animals now. Last week she brought home a school project about her favorite place in nature, and she picked the lake. When I asked her why, she said, because it was quiet, and I like quiet places now. I just smiled. I think part of her remembers more than she says, but maybe that's her way of letting it go too. Aaron and I are better. We talk more. We're planning a trip this fall somewhere warmer. Maybe a beach this time. No cabins, no attics. Just sand and sun and overpriced ice cream. And me? I sleep through the night again. Not always, but often. The mirror's clean. The house feels like ours again. Sometimes when it's late and the house is still, I'll catch myself listening, just for a second, just to make sure the silence is empty. It always is, and that's enough. So yeah, that's what happened. That's all of it. Not a ghost story, not exactly. Just a strange thing that happened to a regular family in a quiet house by a quiet lake. And we're okay now. We really are. I woke up in the middle of the night, my room cloaked in darkness. The only light came from the faint glow of the street lamp outside, filtering through the curtains. As my eyes adjusted, I saw him, a tall, bald man in a coat, standing at the foot of my bed. He didn't move. He just stood there watching. My heart pounded in my chest. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. I blinked, hoping it was a trick of the light, a figment of a dream. But when I opened my eyes again, he was gone. I sat up, gasping for air, my body trembling. The room was silent, the shadows still. I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, a product of my imagination. But the fear lingered, refusing to dissipate. The next morning, I found my bedroom door unlocked. I always locked it before going to bed. Every drawer in my kitchen had been opened, their contents disturbed. Nothing was missing, but the intrusion was evident. I called the police, reporting the incident. They arrived promptly, inspecting the house for signs of forced entry. There were none. They suggested it might have been a sleepwalking episode or a vivid dream. But I knew what I saw. That night, I double-checked every lock, secured every window, and placed a chair against my bedroom door. Sleep eluded me, my mind replaying the image of the man standing at my bed. Days passed, and the memory faded slightly, though the unease remained. I tried to return to normalcy, but the incident had shaken me deeply. Then, a week later, I woke up to find muddy footprints leading from my front door to my bedroom. The door was still locked, the windows secure, but the footprints were real, undeniable. I installed security cameras around the house, hoping to catch any intruders. I reviewed the footage daily, but nothing unusual appeared. One night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a faint whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was chilling. I sat up, heart racing, but the room was empty. The next morning, I found a note on my kitchen table. It read, "I see you." The handwriting was unfamiliar, the paper old and worn. I handed the note to the police, but without fingerprints or any leads, they couldn't do much. They advised me to stay vigilant and keep the security system active. I began to question my sanity. Was I imagining things? Was someone playing a cruel prank? Or was there something more sinister at play? I started researching similar incidents, hoping to find answers. I came across stories of sleep paralysis, where individuals see figures during the transition between sleep and wakefulness. But the physical evidence, the footprints, the note suggested something more tangible. I reached out to a local psychologist, sharing my experiences. She listened attentively, suggesting that trauma or stress could manifest in such ways. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, invading my space. Determined to find answers, I delved deeper into local history, searching for any patterns or past incidents. I discovered that previous tenants of my house had reported similar experiences: unexplained noises, sightings of figures, and feelings of being watched. I contacted one of the former residents, who confirmed my findings. She described waking up to see a man standing at the foot of her bed, just as I had. She eventually moved out, unable to cope with the fear. Armed with this information, I approached the police again, urging them to investigate further. They agreed to review the case, considering the new evidence. In the meantime, I continued to live in a state of heightened alertness, every creak and shadow sending shivers down my spine. The morning after the photograph incident, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The image of my daughter playing in the backyard, unaware of the camera, haunted me. I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood, hoping to clear my mind. As I strolled down the street, I noticed a man sitting on a bench near the park. He was tall, bald, and wore a long coat. He seemed familiar, but I couldn't place where I had seen him before. Our eyes met briefly, and he gave me a slight nod. I quickly looked away and continued walking. That night, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked. I even placed a chair against my bedroom door, just in case. Sleep came slowly, and I found myself waking up multiple times throughout the night, each time convinced I had heard a noise. In the early hours of the morning, I awoke to the sound of footsteps. They were soft, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. I held my breath, straining to listen. The footsteps stopped outside my bedroom door. I could see the shadow of feet beneath the door frame. I reached for my phone to call the police, but it was gone. Panic set in as I realized I had left it charging in the kitchen. I was trapped, alone, and without a means to call for help. Suddenly, the doorknob began to turn slowly. The chair I had placed against the door held firm, preventing it from opening fully. I could hear the person on the other side breathing heavily. After a few moments, the doorknob stopped turning, and the footsteps retreated. I waited in silence for what felt like hours before mustering the courage to leave my room. The house was empty, but the front door was wide open. My phone was still on the kitchen counter, untouched. I called the police and reported the incident. They arrived quickly and conducted a thorough search of the house and surrounding area, but found no signs of forced entry or any evidence of an intruder. The officers suggested that I might have been experiencing sleep paralysis or a vivid nightmare. They advised me to consider seeing a therapist to help deal with the stress and anxiety. Feeling frustrated and helpless, I decided to install a security system with cameras covering every entrance and motion sensors throughout the house. I also began keeping a journal to document any unusual occurrences. Over the next few days, things seemed to return to normal. I focused on my work and tried to maintain a routine. However, the sense of unease never left me. One evening, as I reviewed the footage from the security cameras, I noticed something odd. At around 3 in the morning, the camera facing the backyard captured a figure standing near the fence. The image was grainy, but the figure appeared to be tall and bald, wearing a long coat. I paused the footage and zoomed in, trying to get a clearer view. The figure stood motionless for several minutes before disappearing from the frame. I rewound the footage and watched it again, confirming what I had seen. I contacted the police and shared the footage with them. They took it seriously and promised to increase patrols in the area. They also suggested I consider staying with a friend or family member for a few days. I decided to stay with my sister, hoping that a change of scenery would help me relax. While at her house, I received a call from the police. They had identified the man in the footage as someone with a history of stalking and breaking into homes. He had recently been released from prison and was currently unaccounted for. The police assured me they were doing everything they could to locate him and advised me to remain vigilant. I returned home, determined not to let fear control my life. I reinforced the security measures and made sure to keep my phone with me at all times. Despite my efforts, the feeling of being watched persisted. I began to notice small things out of place, objects moved, doors slightly ajar, and unfamiliar footprints in the garden. One night, I awoke to find a note slipped under my bedroom door. It read, "I see you." The handwriting was shaky, and the paper was old and worn. I called the police immediately and handed over the note. They took it as further evidence of the stalker's presence and intensified their search efforts. The situation took a toll on my mental health. I struggled with anxiety and insomnia, constantly on edge. I started seeing a therapist who helped me develop coping strategies and regain a sense of control. As the weeks passed, there were no new incidents. The police eventually apprehended the stalker in a neighboring town. He was taken into custody and charged with multiple offenses. With the threat removed, I began the process of healing. I continued therapy and leaned on my support network of friends and family. Slowly, I started to feel safe in my home again. Though the experience left lasting scars, it also taught me the importance of trusting my instincts and taking proactive steps to protect myself. I became more aware of my surroundings and more assertive in setting boundaries. Life gradually returned to normal, but I remained vigilant, determined never to let my guard down again. It took weeks for things to even feel halfway normal again. I was still locking and relocking everything, still double-checking the back door before bed, still keeping the hallway light on overnight like I was 10 years old again, but there were no new notes. No new sightings, nothing on the security footage. I tried to tell myself the worst had passed. Maybe that was the end of it. The detective handling the case had stopped calling unless I called him first. I didn't blame him. He had real emergencies to deal with. People who had been hurt, people who had concrete evidence. All I had was that one awful night, a blurry figure on the security footage, and a feeling that just would not go away. Even though the man they arrested turned out to be a real person with a record, the police never tied him directly to me. The note, the footprints, the open drawers, it could all be him, sure. But it also could not. That was the line the detective kept repeating, and I hated how it made me feel. Like I was losing my grip on what had really happened. Like maybe I had made too much out of something small. Still, I kept going. I was back at work. I talked to my therapist. I was doing all the right things, I guess. But sometimes, especially late at night, it felt like none of that mattered. Like I was just waiting for something to go wrong again. Then one night, I had this dream. I was lying in bed, like normal, and I could hear breathing. Not mine, someone else's. Slow, steady, just behind me. I turned over in the dream, and there he was. That same tall figure, bald, standing perfectly still at the foot of my bed. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just watched. I woke up drenched in sweat. The dream felt real, too real, and I could not shake it. I got up, walked the house in silence, checked every window and door. Everything was locked. Nothing was disturbed. But when I walked into the kitchen, I stopped dead. The drawer with the silverware was slightly open. It could have been nothing, could have been me, half asleep the night before, but I did not remember leaving it like that. I just stood there for a full minute, staring at it, not sure what to feel. I closed it, slowly, quietly. Then I turned on every light in the house. The next day I took time off work, not because anything specific had happened, just because I needed to feel in control again. I took my car to the mechanic just for a checkup. I replaced all the light bulbs, even the ones that still worked. I went to a hardware store and bought new locks. I changed them all myself that night. And then, about a week later, something strange happened. I was vacuuming the carpet in the spare room. I almost never used it, so it was mostly clean. But when I moved the chair by the window to get underneath, I saw something wedged between the leg and the baseboard. A button. It was small, round, and smooth, the kind you'd find on a coat. I held it up to the light, dark navy blue, kind of plain. I checked my own clothes, even checked the closet for anything it might have fallen from, but it didn't match anything I owned. I didn't think much of it until I remembered something. The man I saw or thought I saw that very first night was wearing a coat, a long one. I don't know why, but the weight of that realization hit me like a punch. I just stood there, holding that little button, feeling like the house wasn't mine anymore, like someone else had been here, had stood in this exact room, had maybe brushed against this chair and left something behind. I didn't call the police right away. I told myself it was dumb. A button wasn't evidence. It wasn't even proof anything had happened. But I still put it in a plastic bag and tucked it into the back of a drawer, just in case. A couple nights later, my neighbor across the street knocked on my door. She looked uncomfortable, fidgeting with her sleeves. She said she didn't want to scare me, but she had seen something weird. She had trouble sleeping sometimes and said she'd been up around 4 in the morning. She happened to glance out her window and saw someone standing near the side of my house, not doing anything, just standing there. She thought it might have been me, maybe letting out a pet or grabbing something, but then she saw the shape more clearly and realized it was a man, a tall man, bald, wearing a long coat. She said he just stood there for about 10 minutes, then walked away. She almost didn't tell me because she didn't want to sound paranoid, but something about the way he stood there bothered her, like he was waiting or listening. I thanked her, probably too calmly, because the second I closed the door, I almost lost it. I sat on the floor in my hallway, shaking. I could feel it all rushing back. The dream, the note, the button. I was not imagining this. Someone had been coming back. Someone who knew how to get in without leaving a trace. Someone who wanted me to see him. Not up close, not clearly, but just enough to start doubting everything. I called the detective again. This time, I didn't ask for an update. I just told him flat out that this wasn't over, that I needed him to take another look. He said he would, that he'd check in with the team and get back to me soon. But as I hung up the phone, I realized something. I was not just afraid anymore. I was angry. I did not sleep the night after my neighbor told me what she saw. I lay in bed, fully dressed, every light on in the house. I tried not to blink too long, like if I kept my eyes open just a few seconds longer, I would see something moving at the edge of the hallway. But nothing happened. By morning, my body ached. I had not slept more than an hour, and I was still gripping the same flashlight I had been clutching since midnight. I felt stupid. I felt helpless. But most of all, I felt watched. That was the part I could not shake. Like the air inside my house had been changed by someone else's breath. I started combing through the security footage again. I had not looked at all of it recently, not properly, not with this new sense of dread in my chest. I scrubbed through the last 2 weeks, camera by camera, and around 3 in the morning, 5 nights ago, I paused. There was a flicker on the front camera, just for a second. The motion sensor had not caught it. I zoomed in and went frame by frame. A shadow, Not even a full figure, just the impression of someone stepping into the far corner of the porch, then stepping back out of frame, like he had been testing where the blind spots were. I sat there staring at the screen for what felt like 10 minutes. It was almost worse than seeing someone clearly. It felt deliberate, controlled, like he knew exactly what I would and would not see. I called the detective again. This time, I recorded the footage on my phone and sent it to him. He said he would send someone out later that day to review the angles in person and see if they could improve the placement. The officer who showed up was polite but tired. He had seen too many real emergencies that week. I could tell mine felt lower on the list. He looked at the footage, nodded, and walked around the house with me, noting where the cameras were. He said he would recommend adding one more under the eaves, facing toward the back fence. I thanked him, and he left. That night, I moved a chair into the hallway and sat there for hours. I did not want to be in bed. I could not face waking up and finding him there again. Instead, I waited. At 2 a.m, I heard a sound, a soft tap, like something brushing the outside of the kitchen window. I turned off the hallway light and crept toward the kitchen. I kept low, not stepping into the full glow of the room. The window was shut, but I could see something on the glass. I got closer and felt my chest tighten. A handprint, pressed against the glass from the outside, clear and fresh, still slightly wet. 5 long fingers splayed out like whoever it belonged to had been standing there for a while. I did not scream. I do not know why. I just turned around, walked to my room, and locked the door. The next morning, the handprint was gone. I called the police again. They came out, dusted the glass for prints, but it had rained lightly just before dawn. Nothing usable. They were polite, but I could tell they were starting to question things. Maybe not out loud, but I saw it in their eyes, like they were wondering if I was making this up, if I was lonely, paranoid, maybe worse. But then something happened that changed everything. That afternoon, the detective called me back. He said they had taken another look at the man they arrested weeks ago, the one we all assumed had been behind the first break-in. They found something strange. The man had been in a halfway house in another city the night I saw the shadow on my porch. He had not been anywhere near me. He had an alibi. That meant it was someone else. The detective's tone changed after that. He asked if I could come in and make a new statement. Said he wanted to connect the dots more carefully. I agreed. At the station, I showed them everything again. The note, the button, the new footage. I explained the dream, the drawer in the kitchen, the footprints from weeks ago. I even told them about the handprint. They listened, they took notes, and then the detective asked me something that stopped me cold. He said, "Is there anyone in your life who might want to scare you? Someone from your past?" I shook my head, but then I stopped, because something had just occurred to me. A few years ago, I had briefly dated someone I met online. It had not lasted long, only a month, maybe less. He had been charming at first, funny in a weird sort of way, but he got intense fast. Too fast. He started asking about where I lived, what kind of locks I had on my doors, even whether I kept spare keys hidden. I broke things off, and he did not take it well. He sent a few strange messages afterward. One of them said something like, You think locking a door keeps people out, but that only works if they're strangers. At the time, I blocked him and moved on. I had not thought about him in years, but now that sentence echoed in my head like it had just been said. I gave the detective his name. He pulled up the records. No serious charges, but a few reports from other women. Always vague, always just unsettling enough to file, but never enough to stick. The detective promised to look into it, to see if there was any connection. That night, I sat in bed, too wired to sleep, every light still on, and as I lay there, I realized something else. The man at the foot of my bed that first night, he never moved, never spoke, just stood there, like he was trying to memorize something. Like he was checking how close he could get before I woke up. The next few days blurred together. I kept thinking about that name. The guy I had dated all those years ago. I had not said his name out loud since I blocked him. Just hearing it again in the station made something turn in my stomach, like my body remembered something my brain had been trying to forget. The detective said they were working on getting his current address. He was not in the system for anything criminal, but there were enough flagged reports from women that they could at least justify a wellness check. I asked what that even meant. He said it just meant a knock at the door, a conversation, maybe a few questions. I did not say it out loud, but that sounded useless to me. If this man had really been creeping around my house, if he was the one who left the note and the button and the handprint, then talking to him was not going to stop anything. He already knew where I lived. That was the part I kept coming back to. I thought about moving. I did. I went as far as to open real estate apps, even drove past a few rental signs just to see what was out there. But every place I looked at felt too open, too vulnerable. Every window looked like it could be peered through. Every hallway seemed like it could hide someone standing still, breathing quietly, waiting. In the end, I stayed. One night, around 3 a.m, I heard something that made my whole body go rigid. The front door. It was the sound of the lock turning, not being forced, not jiggled, turning, like someone had a key. I froze, lying in bed. My heart was beating so loud I could hear it in my ears. I did not move. I listened. The door opened. Slowly, carefully, I could hear the hinges. Then silence. I waited. 1 minute, 2 minutes, nothing. I reached for my phone with the quietest movement I could manage. I called the police, whispered into the receiver that someone was in my house. They told me to stay on the line. I slipped off the bed, crawled to the corner of the room, and waited. I could hear the floor creak, just once, then nothing again. It took the police 11 minutes to arrive. I counted every second. By the time they got there, the door was closed. No sign of forced entry, no one inside. Just me, shaking in the corner of my bedroom, still on the phone. This time they brought a supervisor. He walked through the whole house with me. They found something small but strange, a smudge on the door frame, just at eye level. Grease or dirt, like someone had touched it while opening the door, but no fingerprints. They checked the lock. No signs it had been broken, no damage at all. When I told them I had changed the locks myself, they asked if I had gotten rid of the old ones. I had not. They were still in a box in the laundry room. The officer opened it and paused. There was one key missing. That detail hit me harder than anything else. One key gone, taken probably weeks ago. when I had not yet known anyone was inside. The detective came by the next day. He had a copy of a police report in his hand. It was a harassment case from 2 years ago. Same man, the guy I had dated, different woman. She had moved out of state after she caught him watching her sleep through her bedroom window. That was in the official notes. Watching her sleep. The detective said he thought that was enough to justify a restraining order if I wanted to go through with it. I said yes. I spent that afternoon changing the locks again. This time I hired someone. I watched him do it. I made sure I saw every screw go in. Then I put up new cameras inside the house, not just outside. I did not want to be paranoid. I already was. But I needed to know. If someone came in again, I wanted to see exactly how. That night, I stayed up, sat in the kitchen with the lights on, coffee in hand, the live camera feed open on my phone, the hallway, the living room, the front door. Around 2:40 in the morning, I saw something move. The hallway camera, just a flicker. I stared at it, not breathing. Then the figure stepped into view. It was him. Same shape, same coat, bald, tall. But here is the thing. The front door had never opened. No alert, no sound, no camera trigger. He was just inside. He stood in the hallway for about 3 seconds, then turned slowly and walked out of frame. I stood up so fast my chair fell backward. I ran to the front of the house, flipped on every light, checked every lock. Still shut, still secure. But when I walked into the hallway, there was something on the floor. Another note. Folded in half, same old paper, same handwriting. It said, "You are not alone in here." That was it. Just that one sentence, no explanation, no name. I sat down on the floor and stared at it. I stayed there until the sun came up. When I called the detective again, I did not even try to be calm. I told him the cameras had picked something up, that this man was inside. He said he would come by himself to look. When he saw the footage, he paused it and just stared. Then he asked me something that knocked the breath out of me. He said, "Do you remember giving this man a key back when you dated?" I shook my head. I was sure I never had. But he said something about that movement, the way the man walked through the hallway like he knew it, like it was not unfamiliar to him. And the question I had been trying to avoid finally landed. What if this person had never fully left? What if he had been coming and going for longer than I realized? What if he had been testing the locks, the cameras, the light schedules? What if he knew every inch of this house better than I did? After that last night, something in me shifted. I had gone from scared to angry, then from angry to numb. But now I was done pretending I understood any of it. Done thinking that logic had anything to do with what was happening. Because after seeing him on the camera inside my house, knowing he had not come through the door, knowing there was no sign of entry, nothing about it felt normal anymore. The detective agreed to send someone to stay near the house overnight. Not a full watch, nothing official, but a cruiser parked half a block down. That was all they could do without catching someone in the act. Meanwhile, I stopped sleeping in my bedroom. I set up a cot in the living room, in full view of the front window. I left the porch light on. I wanted him to see that I was not hiding anymore. I do not know why. Maybe part of me wanted him to know I knew. For 3 nights, nothing happened. No sounds, no shadows, no notes. On the 4th night, the power went out. No storm, no warning, just complete, sudden darkness. I stood up slowly and walked to the breaker box. The flashlight I kept on the kitchen counter flickered a little when I turned it on, but it worked. The main switch had been flipped. I live alone. The box is inside the house. I turned everything back on, and when the lights came up, I froze. There were muddy footprints on the floor. Not big ones, medium-sized, bare feet. They started at the center of the hallway and disappeared near the back door. But that door was still locked from the inside. The chain was still set. That was the last straw. I left the house that night and went straight to a hotel. The detective met me the next morning. He reviewed the new camera footage which had cut off during the blackout and asked me the same question again. "Are you absolutely sure you never gave this man a key? Never told him anything about the layout of your home?" I was sure, as sure as I could be. Then he told me something that made my blood go cold. They had gone to question the man again, this time with more urgency, but when they got there, they found something strange. His apartment was mostly empty. No furniture, no clothes, no food in the kitchen. Just a mattress on the floor, and in the corner, a pile of notebooks. Inside those notebooks were pages and pages of writing, some of it nonsense, some of it dated notes about people, places, routines, but one name came up over and over again. Mine. There were sketches of my street, notes about my habits, what time I got home, what lights I left on, even my grocery list. He had been following me for a long time. Too long. One of the entries was written in a different kind of handwriting, smaller, tighter, like he had been writing in a hurry. It said, "She knows now, but it's too late." The man was gone, no forwarding address, no car registered in his name. It was like he had just disappeared. The police did what they could, but without physical evidence, there was no charge they could hold, no direct link tying him to my house, not legally, just fear, just suspicion. So I moved. I packed up everything I owned and left the city, found a small place on the edge of nowhere, not isolated but not close to anything familiar. I changed my phone number, got rid of my social media, left no forwarding address. My therapist said it might help to start fresh. The first few weeks were quiet. I slept with the lights off for the first time in months. I cooked again. I took walks in the morning, made friends with a neighbor down the road. I stopped jumping at every sound. But then, one morning, I noticed something odd. The mailbox was open. Just slightly, like someone had not pushed it closed all the way. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded in half. No envelope, no name. I opened it slowly. There was no message this time. Just a hand-drawn map. It was my new neighborhood, my new house, and a small red X marked on the bedroom window. I did not scream. I did not panic. I just stood there for a long time, holding that piece of paper, feeling my body go cold from the inside out. I had done everything right, changed everything, and it still was not enough. I handed the note over to the local police. They were sympathetic. They promised to patrol more often, to keep an eye out for any unfamiliar cars or people. But there was no way to trace where the note had come from. No cameras on my new road, no fingerprints, just another detail added to a growing story that no one else seemed able to stop. I moved again eventually. I do not stay anywhere longer than 6 months now. I do not use my real name on lease agreements. I keep my windows covered at all times. I do not tell anyone where I live. And I do not sleep in the dark. The man at the foot of my bed, I never saw his face clearly. I do not even know if it was the same person who left the notes, or if something else had been going on that whole time. Some nights I wonder if I had more than one problem, like maybe I had been so focused on one man that I missed the bigger picture. I do not know. I might never know. But every now and then, I still wake up in the middle of the night, and sometimes I think I see someone at the edge of the room, standing, waiting, and when I blink, he is gone. But the door is open, and the air feels just a little bit colder than it should. What do you think? Was it all in my head? Or do some people just not go away? The rental was in a small town tucked away in the foothills, exactly what I needed after months of non-stop work in the city. It was mid-October, and I decided a quiet Airbnb retreat would be ideal for relaxing, catching up on some reading, and getting my head straight. After browsing listings for a few days, one stood out. A modest yet charming 2-story house with plenty of positive reviews praising its cleanliness and coziness. The host, a woman named Karen, had glowing feedback from previous guests, mentioning her kindness and the warm atmosphere she provided. It seemed perfect. When I arrived in town, it was late afternoon. The streets were already quiet, and the air had that crisp autumn chill I always found comforting. The rental was located on a tree-lined street, surrounded by similar quaint homes. Leaves crunched beneath my feet as I approached the porch, carrying my duffel bag and laptop. Karen was waiting by the door, waving gently as I approached. She was probably in her early 50s, dressed neatly in a wool cardigan and jeans, with her gray-streaked hair pulled back into a loose bun. She greeted me with a warm smile that instantly put me at ease. "You must be Jake," she said, extending a hand. "Glad you made it. How was your drive?" "It was fine," I replied, shaking her hand politely. The countryside was beautiful, just what I needed. She nodded knowingly, leading me inside. The interior was clean and homey, filled with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and faint lavender. There was a fire going in the living room fireplace, casting a welcoming glow on the walls. Karen pointed out amenities, the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom upstairs, and showed me around briefly. "I live just across town," she said softly, handing me the keys. "If you need anything at all, just send a message. I usually stop by every other day to bring clean towels or check on things, but otherwise I'll leave you in peace." "Perfect," I replied, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, Karen." She smiled again, her expression lingering just a second longer than necessary. "I'm glad you chose this place. It feels right for you." The comment struck me as slightly odd, but I brushed it off, thanking her again as she waved and walked down the driveway, disappearing around the corner. I locked the door behind her, breathing a sigh of relief. The house was exactly as advertised, cozy, quiet, and private. It was the escape I'd hoped for. My first evening passed uneventfully. I cooked a quick pasta dinner in the small kitchen, then settled into an armchair by the fireplace with a novel I'd been meaning to read for months. Outside, dusk gave way to night, the wind softly rustling leaves against the window pane. It was peaceful, the kind of calm you rarely get in the city. After a couple of hours, my eyelids felt heavy, and I made my way upstairs to the bedroom. The mattress was comfortable, the bedding freshly laundered, smelling faintly of fabric softener. I drifted off to sleep quickly, content in the stillness of my new surroundings. The next morning, I woke early to bright sunlight streaming through sheer curtains. Stretching lazily, I padded into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I paused, toothbrush midair, noticing immediately that something felt off. My toothbrush wasn't in the exact spot I'd left it. It was slightly shifted, resting precariously on the edge of the sink instead of standing upright in the cup. A small thing, easily overlooked, but it bothered me. Shaking off the thought, I took a quick shower, but as I stepped out and reached for my towel, I froze again. It was damp, not soaking, just faintly moist, as though it had recently been used. I stared at it, frowning deeply. I hadn't used it yet. The logical explanation was that Karen had come in early to replace or move something, but she'd promised to always message beforehand. Feeling unsettled, I got dressed and walked downstairs, scanning the main floor. Everything looked untouched. The front door was locked, exactly as I'd left it, and there was no note or message from Karen anywhere. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt, I grabbed my phone and sent a polite text. "Hey Karen, quick question, did you happen to stop by this morning?" Within a minute she replied, "Hi Jake, no, not today. Is everything all right?" Unease tightened in my chest. I hesitated, then texted back, "All good, just checking, thanks." Throughout the day, I tried to shake off my lingering paranoia. I explored the small town, had lunch at a local diner, and chatted briefly with the friendly waitress about the town's history. When I mentioned where I was staying, her expression flickered for a brief moment before she smiled again, almost too brightly. "You'll love it there," she said. "Karen's place has a lot of personality." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she quickly moved on to another table before I could. That evening, back at the rental, I couldn't escape the nagging sense of discomfort. After dinner, I set up the small portable security camera I'd brought with me, placing it discreetly on the hallway table upstairs, pointing directly toward the bedroom door. It connected wirelessly to an app on my phone. It was probably overkill, I knew, but it made me feel safer. Exhausted from the day's anxiety, I climbed into bed, forcing myself to relax. Eventually, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the night quiet and still around me. But at exactly 3:14 a.m., I jolted awake, heart pounding. The room felt oddly cold, shadows dancing across the walls. My phone lay silent on the nightstand beside me, screen dark. I reached for it, intending to check the camera feed, but noticed immediately a notification waiting silently on the lock screen. "Security alert. Motion detected. Camera offline. As of 3:14 a.m. My blood ran cold. Quickly, I opened the app, hands trembling. The live feed was down, the camera showing only a blank error screen. Panic surged through me. Was someone else in the house? Cautiously, I rose from the bed, heart hammering against my ribs, listening intently. The house was eerily silent, except for the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. With shaking fingers, I tried to restart the camera feed, but nothing happened. It stayed dark. I stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Part of me wanted to flee the house immediately, drive away into the safety of town. But another, rational side insisted I was overreacting. Perhaps the Wi-Fi had glitched, or the battery died unexpectedly. Yet the memory of the damp towel, the moved toothbrush, and now this, it was all too much to dismiss as coincidence. Finally, with every ounce of courage I could muster, I approached the bedroom door, opening it slowly. The hallway was dark, empty, and silent. I stepped forward carefully, my breath shallow, listening for any sound, any indication I wasn't alone. But there was nothing, just shadows and silence and the cold, creeping feeling that someone or something had been right here, watching me sleep. I stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, my pulse thrumming loudly in my ears. Every instinct told me I wasn't alone, that something had invaded the fragile privacy of this home while I slept. But the darkness revealed nothing, just silence, thick and oppressive, pressing down on me from every corner. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed down the hallway. No reply came. Only the low hum of the refrigerator downstairs, a mechanical reassurance that offered little comfort now. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate and careful, toward the small table where I'd set up the camera. It sat exactly as I'd left it, positioned neatly, lens pointing directly toward my bedroom door, but the indicator light was off, completely dark. I picked it up, feeling a cold trickle of dread run down my spine when I saw it had been switched off at exactly 3:14 a.m. My hands shook as I opened the battery compartment, hoping desperately for a logical explanation. The batteries were still there, undisturbed and fresh. It had simply been turned off manually. A chill prickled my skin as I glanced around nervously, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but the hallway remained empty. Taking a shaky breath, I switched the camera back on. Its tiny green light flickered reassuringly, reconnecting quickly to the app on my phone. Immediately, notifications flooded my screen. Security alert. Motion detected at 3:13 a.m. Security alert. Camera offline at 3:14 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. Someone had been here, deliberately turning off my camera as soon as motion was detected. I played back the short video clip captured before the feed cut off, anxiety tightening my throat. The footage was grainy in the dim hallway light, but I clearly saw the edge of a shadow move quickly across the wall, disappearing just before the camera went black. My stomach twisted violently. Someone had stood outside my bedroom door, watched me sleep, turned off the only security measure I'd brought. Panic surged through me, overwhelming any rational thoughts I still clung to. I had to get out of this place right now. Still clutching my phone tightly, I rushed back into the bedroom and gathered my belongings in a hurry, stuffing clothes hastily into my duffel bag. Adrenaline made my hands clumsy, but within minutes, I was dressed and ready, duffel bag slung over my shoulder, car keys in hand. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated, glancing once toward the living room. The fireplace was cold now, the once inviting room dark and unwelcoming. I took one final look around the house that had felt so perfect just yesterday, then opened the front door. Outside, the chill night air hit me sharply, carrying the smell of damp leaves. I locked the front door firmly behind me, eager to leave whatever nightmare lingered here. Quickly, I made my way to my parked car, my footsteps crunching loudly in the silence. I tossed my bag into the passenger seat, climbed in hastily, and started the engine. Relief washed through me as the familiar rumble of my car filled the quiet street. But just as I was about to pull away, headlights appeared behind me. A second car parked directly across the driveway, blocking me in. My heart froze. The driver's door opened slowly and Karen stepped out, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of the street lamp. She looked concerned, confused, holding up one hand apologetically. I rolled down the window only a crack, my voice strained and cautious. "Karen, what are you doing here? It's late." She moved closer, looking genuinely puzzled. "Jake, I got worried. You seemed upset when you messaged earlier, and then I saw your lights on. Are you okay? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night?" My mouth went dry. Someone was inside the house, Karen. My camera caught it. The towels, my toothbrush, they've been moved around. I'm sorry, but I don't feel safe here. I have to go. Her eyes widened in surprise and distress. "Jake, that's impossible. No one else has keys. No one else was here. I swear to you." I shook my head firmly, not wanting to argue. "I appreciate your concern, but something isn't right. My camera detected someone in the hallway. I can't stay." She stepped closer still, leaning down slightly to speak through the gap in the window. "Jake, please, let's go back inside. We'll check together. I can prove nothing is wrong." "It's late. You're panicking. Let me help." Something about her tone set off alarms in my head, a sense that she was almost too insistent, too calm. I hesitated, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Just move your car, Karen. Please, I just want to go." For a long, tense moment, she stared at me, then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but if you change your mind, call me. I promise you, it's safe here." She stepped back, returning to her car. My pulse thundered as I watched her back out, clearing the way. I drove quickly away, hands still trembling, glancing repeatedly in my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. After driving several miles, I pulled over into the brightly lit parking lot of a 24-hour gas station. My heart still hadn't settled, but at least I felt safer here, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the occasional passing car. I sat there, trying to calm myself, still gripping the steering wheel as though it anchored me to reality. To ease my nerves, I opened my phone again, deciding to double-check the Airbnb listing for anything suspicious. At first glance, everything appeared normal, mostly positive reviews praising the coziness and Karen's kindness. But when I filtered by date, starting with the oldest, my blood ran cold. There, buried deep beneath dozens of glowing reviews, were messages from past guests who'd clearly experienced unsettling events like mine. Host was friendly, but I woke up feeling like someone had been in my room, read one review from a year earlier. My towels were damp, even though I hadn't used them yet, said another. One review made my heart stop entirely. Woke up covered in bruises, no memory of getting them. Left immediately. Host denied everything. I stared in horror, the dread pooling deeper inside me. How had I missed this? The newer reviews drowned out these warnings, leaving them buried, hidden beneath layers of normalcy and praise. As I sat there, my phone suddenly buzzed. Another notification from my security app. A delayed video upload, marked clearly from 3:14 a.m. had just appeared. With trembling hands, I pressed play. The footage showed me sleeping, unaware and vulnerable. And then, slowly, silently, Karen emerged from underneath my bed, standing quietly beside me, her gaze fixed on my sleeping face. She leaned down, whispering words barely audible. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." The video stopped abruptly, leaving me alone in the bright, sterile parking lot, shivering uncontrollably, realizing I'd narrowly escaped something unimaginably dark. And suddenly, the cozy Airbnb felt very, very far away. I sat in my car long after the video ended, frozen, replaying it in my mind over and over. Karen, under my bed, the way she had stood so calmly, as if it wasn't the first time. The whisper, "Don't leave yet." My stomach turned. I checked the video's timestamp again. 3:14 a.m., exactly when the motion alert had gone off and the camera had shut down. She'd known where it was. She'd turned it off. My hands were trembling, but I opened the phone again and began typing a review. I wasn't going to let this slide. People needed to know. I needed to warn them, even if I couldn't fully explain what had just happened. I wrote the truth that something was wrong with that place, with her. That she'd been in the house at night without permission. I didn't care how insane it sounded. When I tried to submit the review, a notification popped up. "This host is currently under review. New submissions are temporarily disabled." My chest tightened. It was possible other people had already reported her. Or maybe she had some way of keeping those reviews buried, flagged as false or removed. I checked the earlier ones again, the ones I'd found buried deep before, and noticed something I'd missed earlier. Most had no responses from Karen. But one, posted months ago, had a single reply under it: "You weren't supposed to remember." My mouth went dry. It had to be her. She was replying to people she'd targeted, people who'd gotten too close to the truth. I needed to talk to someone. I wasn't sure if it was the police or the platform or someone else entirely, but I couldn't just drive home and pretend none of this happened. I had a video, I had proof. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. The nearest police station was only a few miles from the gas station. I drove there, still gripping the steering wheel too tightly. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty, quiet except for the hum of the lights and the soft voice of the night shift officer behind the desk. He looked up as I entered, his face impassive. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yeah, I need to report something," I said, walking to the counter. "It's kind of weird, but I think I was being watched, or followed. I was staying at an Airbnb nearby, and someone, the host, came into the house, at night, while I was asleep." His expression didn't change. "Do you have proof of that?" "I do. I set up a small camera in the hallway. It caught her coming out from under the bed. I have the footage on my phone. It's real. Let me see it, he said calmly. I handed him my phone. He watched the video, brows furrowing slightly, but never looking surprised, just quietly processing. When it ended, he looked up, his tone carefully neutral. That is unsettling. Yeah, I said, swallowing hard. That's why I came here. I don't know what she's doing or why, but I wanted to make a report. In case someone else stays there and something worse happens. He nodded slowly, then turned to type something on his computer. And you said her name was Karen? Karen Wilson? I blinked. Yeah, you know her? He didn't answer right away. Then slowly, he stood and disappeared into a back room, telling me to sit tight while he looked into something. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The quiet of the station was unbearable, the flickering overhead lights buzzing faintly. My phone buzzed in my hand, an unknown number, no caller ID. I didn't answer. Then a text came through. You shouldn't have shown anyone. My chest tightened. I looked toward the hallway where the officer had disappeared. Still no one. The door hadn't even creaked open. I stood up, walking cautiously to the counter, then leaned over slightly to peek through the hallway. Empty. I backed away and looked at the front door. For a split second I considered leaving, just walking out and calling a different station. But before I could move, the officer returned. He was holding a folder thick, aged, and he set it down gently on the counter. She's been reported before, he said quietly. A few times, all from out-of-towners. People passing through, staying a night or two. Claims just like yours. What happened with them? I asked, heart pounding. Nothing, he said. Reports vanish. No follow-up. Review sites get wiped. In one case, the guest himself disappeared, checked in, never checked out. His car was found 2 counties over, burned out. A cold chill ran through me, and she's still renting out the place. She never owned it, he replied. Property is in her brother's name. Long criminal record. He's never been seen in town, not in years. Everyone just deals with her. No one asks questions. My throat was dry. So what do I do now? He looked me dead in the eye. You leave, tonight. You don't come back to this town. You don't write reviews. You don't post that video. You forget it happened. That's how you stay alive. I stared at him, stunned. You're telling me to do nothing? I'm telling you this isn't the kind of place that listens. And she's not someone you want to challenge. People who do don't stay gone for long. I took a slow step back. You know what she is, and you're still letting her do it. He didn't respond. I turned and walked out, my body buzzing with adrenaline and disbelief. The night air outside was ice cold, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I climbed back into my car. I drove straight through the night, my hands never relaxing on the steering wheel. Every time a car appeared behind me, I flinched, afraid it would be hers, afraid she'd somehow gotten ahead of me. It wasn't until sunrise broke over the highway that I finally exhaled. I still have the video. I keep it saved in 3 places. My phone, my cloud storage, a flash drive in a drawer I never open. I haven't shown it to anyone else. Haven't shared it online. Haven't tried to warn anyone again. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll get a message from a stranger. Do you know anything about a woman named Karen? And I don't respond. Because she's still there. And she still has room for one. It's been a month since I left that town, since I pulled out of the gas station parking lot with my heart pounding, still reeling from what I'd seen. I've tried to settle back into my life, to find the rhythm I had before all of it. Work, gym, errands, sleep. But it's not the same. Something changed that night. I changed. I still wake up at 3:14 a.m. without fail, every night. Not from nightmares. I don't remember dreaming at all. I just wake up, wide-eyed, breath held. Listening, as if some part of me expects her to be there, watching from the shadows. I've done everything I can to forget it, deleted the Airbnb app, canceled the accounts I used for travel booking, removed every notification tied to that town, but some things won't stay buried. You don't just forget something like that. You don't unsee a woman crawling out from under your bed. The worst part? Sometimes I wonder if it really happened. I look at the video, I still have it, but it's grainy. The lighting is poor. The shape is vaguely human, sure, but I could almost convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows. The mind plays games when it's scared, but then I remember the whisper, that voice. The words, "Don't leave yet." I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and even now, that dread hasn't gone away. A few days ago, I got another message, anonymous, just like the others. The subject line was simple, Karen's place. No body text, no attachments, just the name. It came through my personal email, one I hadn't used for anything related to the trip. That's when I knew she wasn't done. I debated blocking the sender, deleting the message, pretending I hadn't seen it. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked reply and typed just one line. "What do you know?" No response came that day, or the next. But on the third day, a new message appeared. Different address, but probably the same person. She's been doing this for years. Attached was a link to a zip file. I didn't open it right away. I ran antivirus software, scanned everything. Paranoia is second nature now, but eventually I clicked. Inside were screenshots, dozens of them. Old reviews, pulled from archived pages. Some were barely legible, old browser screenshots with text warped and blurred, but the pattern was unmistakable. Woke up with scratches I didn't have before. Heard someone breathing in my room. My boyfriend thought I was imagining it. Only stayed one night. Something was wrong. My phone was moved, charger unplugged. I didn't tell anyone, but I've never felt safe again. Each review came from a different year, a different name, sometimes a different listing title altogether. Cozy getaway in Maple Ridge, secluded artist's loft, warm rustic stay, but always the same host. Karen. The photos showed different houses, slightly different furnishings, but there was always the same hallway, the same guest room, the same neatly made bed. I scrolled through more files, police reports, at least 3 names, guests who had filed complaints but later withdrew them. One case involved a missing persons report. The man had checked into a short-term rental, last seen picking up groceries the night he arrived. His car was found 2 weeks later, burned out on a logging road miles from town. No body was ever recovered. The case went cold. One file stood out, a blurry image from a home security camera. It showed a woman crouched low, partially obscured by a bed frame. The angle was just off, the lighting poor. But her hair, it was identical. The same gray-streaked bun, the same sweater I'd seen her wear when she greeted me on the porch. Karen. I clicked through the rest of the folder, my heart pounding harder with each file. The last document was a text transcript, just a single exchange. "You still do this?" "They keep coming. They always need a place to rest." I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering. It wasn't just paranoia. I hadn't imagined it. This was real. That same night I received another message. This one was short but clear. "She knows you're watching." I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed a small bag and drove across town to my brother's place. I didn't explain why, I just said I needed a break, time to clear my head. He offered the spare room without asking questions, and I've been staying here ever since. But even now, the feeling follows me. It's in the way I check the locks 3 times before bed, how I look under the bed, behind the curtains, even inside the closet. I don't feel safe anymore. Not anywhere. Then today, something new happened. I got a package. No return address. No markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on the porch, waiting for me when I came back from grabbing coffee. My stomach turned the moment I saw it. I took it inside, opened it slowly. Inside was a single object, a key. Attached to it was a note, written in handwriting I didn't recognize, but I didn't need to. "Room for one. You left too soon." The key was old-fashioned, iron, the kind you'd see in a historic home, or a place that hadn't been updated in decades. And I knew, deep in my gut, it belonged to that house, her house. She was still reaching out, still watching. I stared at the key for a long time, then placed it back in the box, sealed it, and threw it in the dumpster behind the complex. But I knew that wasn't the end of it. Throwing it away didn't erase the message. It didn't undo what had already been done. Now every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I wake at 3:14 and stare into the dark corners of the room, I wonder, is she here? Is she under the bed? Somewhere out there, Karen still has her listing. It might be under a different name, a different town, but the hallway will be the same, so will the room. And someone else will book it. Someone will think it's just another getaway, a cozy weekend escape. They'll settle into the bed, fall asleep thinking they're alone. And at 3:14 a.m. they'll wake to the sound of whispering. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." I survived, but I don't know how many others will. It was supposed to be over. I had left, driven away, deleted the apps, blocked the number, burned the damn key after fishing it out of the trash because I couldn't sleep knowing it was still there. I even contacted Airbnb again from a different account, using a VPN, hoping I could bypass whatever filters Karen seemed to have wrapped around herself, but I never got a reply. I wasn't sure anyone on the other end even saw the message. I was trying to move on, back at my brother's house, still pretending everything was fine, that I just needed a break from the noise, and for a while, things quieted down. I was still rattled, still checking locks and peering into closets, but I thought the worst had passed. Until last Tuesday. It started with a voicemail. No caller ID, of course. The message was short, 7 seconds. Just the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, close. Then faintly, almost too quiet to hear, the whisper I'd been trying to forget. Don't leave yet. I dropped my phone. For a second, I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks again. I replayed the voicemail over and over, each time catching just a few more syllables. Stay longer. My brother found me sitting in the living room, pale and wide-eyed, gripping the phone like it might bite. You okay? He asked cautiously. I nodded, lied. Yeah, just got some bad news. But I knew it wasn't news. It was a warning. That night, I turned on every light in the house, every single one. I stayed in the guest room with a flashlight in one hand and a metal bat in the other. I didn't sleep. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Only for a second, maybe 2, but they flickered. No power outage in the neighborhood, no bad weather, just my room, just my clock resetting. And when I checked the camera I'd mounted on the door, yes, I had another one, of course I did, it showed nothing. Nothing at all. Except it had been turned off at exactly 3:14 a.m. The same timestamp, always the same. I sat in the dark for hours after that, no longer trying to deny what I'd known deep down all along. This wasn't about a bad rental. It wasn't just a creepy host or a glitchy camera. This was deliberate, coordinated, targeted. Karen, if that was even her real name, hadn't just been watching me during that weekend. She was still watching, and I wasn't the first. So I started digging. Harder than before. I spent days scouring old travel forums, web archives, anything that hadn't been buried or erased. I searched names, addresses, descriptions of the property. I found fragments. Posts deleted hours after they were created. Blog entries that vanished mid-sentence. Even a Reddit thread that simply said, "Don't book the cottage near Maple Ridge," followed by nothing but blank space. I tracked down one username, a guy named Darren who'd posted in a hiking forum about his strange Airbnb experience in the same area. His account had gone inactive 2 years ago. I sent him a message anyway. He replied 2 days later, a single sentence. "You saw her too, didn't you?" I typed out everything, the towel, the toothbrush, the camera, the video, the key. He didn't respond for a full day. When he did, he asked for a phone call. I hesitated, then agreed. We spoke for 35 minutes. Darren's voice was low and hoarse, like someone who didn't talk to many people anymore. He lived in another state now, no social media, changed his name. His story mirrored mine almost exactly. One night stay, strange behavior, subtle intrusions. I left after the first night, he said, thought I was being paranoid, but she followed me. Followed you how? I asked. The same way she's following you now. Messages, packages, visitors. I nearly dropped the phone. She showed up at your house? No, he said flatly, but someone did. A man, clean cut. Said he was with the property management group. Asked a lot of questions. Wanted to know if I enjoyed my stay. What did you do? I moved. Never stayed anywhere without cameras again. But they always find a way back in. They. He said it like it wasn't just Karen. Like there was a network, a group. People who were all part of it. Have you ever gone back? I asked. To the house? A pause. No, but I thought about it. I think that's what they want. What do you mean? They want you to go back. It's not about the house. It's about you. They pick people who won't be believed. People who are alone. Travelers. They make you question your memory. Your sanity. And then when you go looking for answers, that's when it gets worse. That night, I barely spoke to my brother. I told him I wasn't feeling well, that I needed some time to myself. I sat in the guest room with my phone on the desk, watching the camera feed, waiting, daring something to happen. At 3:14 a.m., the app glitched, just for a second. No motion alert this time, just static. And then, in the corner of the screen, a face. Not fully visible, just part of it, eyes staring. Close to the camera, so close I could see the reflection in one iris. It was me. The feed cut to black. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. For a moment I felt paralyzed, like the fear had sunk its claws into me completely. But I knew what I had to do. I packed a bag, left a note for my brother, and I drove. Not back to the house, not yet. To the town, to the diner where that waitress gave me that strange look, to the gas station where I'd first felt safe, to the police station where the officer had warned me, quietly, calmly, to disappear. And I realized something they all knew, maybe not all the details, but enough to stay quiet, to look away. Maybe because they were afraid, or maybe because they were part of it. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was going back. Not for revenge, not even for answers. Just to end it, one way or another. Because I couldn't live like this anymore. Because I knew wherever I went, at exactly 3:14 a.m., she would still be watching. And she would always whisper, "You were supposed to stay longer." I arrived back in Old Town Ridge just after noon. The sky was overcast, casting a gray hush over the sleepy town. The kind of day that felt half-finished, like something important had been forgotten. The streets were mostly empty, a few cars here and there, a couple of people walking their dogs. No one looked up as I passed. No one recognized me, or maybe they did, and they just chose not to show it. The diner was still there. Same chipped paint on the windows, same dusty neon sign flickering on and off. I parked across the street and watched it for a minute before heading in. The same waitress was behind the counter. Her hair was different, but I knew it was her. I didn't expect her to recognize me. To her, I was probably just another guest from a long list of faces she'd served. But the second our eyes met, something passed between us. Not surprise, just acknowledgement. I sat at the counter. She brought me coffee without asking. "You came back," she said. "I had to." She didn't nod, didn't blink, just stared into her notepad like it had something important to say. "You're not the first," she added. I figured. She scribbled something, then tore the page out and slid it across the counter toward me. It was an address, not the one I remembered, but close, a few blocks off the edge of town. "They move it sometimes," she said quietly. "The furniture changes, the name on the mailbox, but the room stays the same." I didn't ask how she knew. I didn't ask why she was helping. I just took the paper, finished the coffee, and left a 20 on the counter. The new address brought me to the edge of a quiet residential street, lined with trees that had already shed most of their leaves. The house was smaller than before. White siding, one story, a porch swing creaking gently in the wind. No cars in the driveway, but the front door was unlocked. I stepped inside. The layout was different, new wallpaper, new furniture, but the hallway was the same. I walked slowly down the narrow corridor, passing the framed art, the coat hooks, the creaky floorboard just before the guest room. The door to the room was open. The bed was made. Neatly, perfectly. A single key sat on the nightstand, next to a folded note. I didn't touch either. I just stood there for a moment, taking it in. This was the place. Maybe not the same structure, but the place. And she was still here. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the camera app. It was already recording. I'd started filming back in the car. No more glitchy footage, no more shadows. Just me, here, walking through this house, with the truth. I turned slowly and walked back to the living room, where the fireplace flickered. There was no firewood, no switch. It burned anyway. I sat in the chair across from it, facing the hallway, waiting. 3:14 wasn't far off. As the clock on my phone ticked closer, the temperature in the room began to drop. Not dramatically, just enough to notice, enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. I checked the camera. Still running. And then, without warning, I heard the sound. The whisper of a door moving. Footsteps, soft, bare, coming from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just raised the phone, steady hands capturing everything. She stepped into the room. Same sweater, same face, Karen. Her expression was calm, almost kind, as if we were old friends reuniting. "I knew you'd come back," she said. "I had to," I replied. She looked at the camera, then back at me. Her eyes were strange, too calm, too clear. There was no guilt, no fear, just acceptance. This place, it chooses people. Some don't even know why they book it. They just feel the pull. "What is it?" I asked. "Why me?" She smiled, faint and tired. "It's not about you. Not really. It's about the story. Some people come, and they forget. Some never leave. But you remembered. You saw it for what it was." I didn't speak. She walked to the fireplace and crouched beside it, running her hand through the flames. They didn't burn her, just flickered around her fingers. "I don't make the rules," she said. "I just keep the room ready." "Ready for what?" Her smile faded slightly. "For the ones who need it, the ones who've been touched by it already. It doesn't let go. You carry it, whether you want to or not." My throat tightened. So what now? She stood, brushing her hands off like she'd just finished gardening. "Now you leave. For good. You've seen what it is. That's enough. You walked into the fire and walked back out. And if I don't?" Her eyes hardened. "Then the room gets another guest." We stood there for a long moment. Then I nodded. I turned and walked back down the hallway, past the key, past the bed, out the door. The air outside was colder now, the wind sharper, but the sky was clearing. I drove straight to the county police department 2 towns over, told them everything, showed them the footage, gave them the address, names, dates. I don't know what they did with it. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. I went home. The messages stopped. The nightmares faded. And slowly I started living again. Weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. When I finally listened to it, the voice was one I didn't expect. The waitress. "They shut the house down," she said. "Came in with a warrant, took everything. She's gone, don't know where. But the house is sealed, cameras, lights. No one's booked it since." She paused. "You ended it, you know, whatever it was." And then she hung up. That night, for the first time in months, I slept straight through. No wake-ups, no whispering, no shadow at the foot of my bed. Just silence. The good kind. I don't know what Karen really was. I don't know if she was part of something bigger or just a symptom of it. But I know this. Some houses don't want to be homes. Some places hold on to the people who pass through, like a sickness that refuses to let go. But if you shine enough light into a room like that, sometimes it lets you go. Sometimes it sets you free. And if you're lucky, you never have to check under the bed again. Alright, so I've never posted anything like this before, and honestly, I almost didn't. Feels weird to put this out there, like it's not really my story to tell. But I haven't stopped thinking about it for weeks, and I guess I just need to write it out. Maybe someone's heard of something similar, or maybe I'm just going a bit mad. Anyway, it's about my son. He's 7. Bright kid, chatty, imaginative, like really imaginative. He's always making up games or little scenarios for his toys, that kind of thing. Nothing unusual, but a few weeks ago something started that, well, hasn't stopped bothering me. It started as a bedtime thing. I just tucked him in. It was a Wednesday night. I remember that clearly because I had just finished washing up and was looking forward to finally getting off my feet, and he says, totally casual, "Do you want to hear my story?" I said sure, thinking he'd go on about space pirates or that raccoon detective he made up last month. But no, this time it was different. His tone changed, slower. Like he was remembering it rather than inventing it. He starts telling me about this woman who lives in a basement. "She's not allowed out," he said, like that was just a normal sentence. I asked him what he meant, and he shrugged. "She's not allowed," the man told her. I tried to gently press a bit, curious, but not wanting to lead him. He kept going, said the woman's name was Lely, or maybe Nellie, he wasn't sure, and that she had a red door. Not just any red door, though. He said it was red like crayon, but not scribbled, all perfect. Then he said she had yellow wallpaper with little birds on it. Now, That might not sound that weird, right? Kids come up with stuff, but the way he said it, like he was trying to get it right, like the details mattered, it made my skin crawl a bit. He told me she used to smell like lavender before, but now she smells like the bin when it's too full. He told me about her birthday cake, that she never got to eat it because the man said birthdays are dangerous. That part stuck with me. I asked who the man was. He got a bit quiet then and said, "He walks funny. He's got a bend in his leg and goes bump bump when he comes down the stairs." Then he mimicked a limping sound, rhythmic, like he'd heard it before. Now, here's where I started to get uneasy. It was too specific, too odd. He wasn't telling it like a scary story either. He was just describing it, like it was a fact, like it was something he knew. I asked where he got the idea, and he just said, "I made it up." I didn't push more that night, kissed him goodnight, turned off his lamp, and just sat in the hallway for a minute, trying to make sense of it. Told myself he must have seen something on YouTube or heard something from a kid at school. Maybe it was a game. Maybe I was overreacting. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, he's told me more every couple of nights, bits and pieces, like he's remembering it slowly. And every time, it's got the same feel, strange, specific, and just a little too real. He said the basement smells like old metal and wet towels, that the woman keeps a blanket with little blue stars on it, and that she cries without sound, that sometimes she writes letters but doesn't send them. I've asked him to draw things a few times, just casually, like, "Hey, can you show me the door?" or "What do the birds look like on the wallpaper?" And he'll draw it. Not like a kid guessing, like someone copying from memory. And look, I know what this sounds like. I know how it reads. I've gone over every possible explanation. I don't think he's possessed or anything like that. But I don't think he made it up either. Or at least not all of it. The turning point for me was a few nights ago. I was tucking him in again, and I said something like, "You've got quite the imagination." And he looked at me really seriously, not scared, not playful, just matter of fact, and said, "She's still down there, you know." I asked what he meant. He just said, "She never got out." That night I didn't sleep. I started Googling, just keywords at first. Missing woman, red door wallpaper. Then I started narrowing it down. Added UK, Sheffield, basement, yellow wallpaper with birds. Most of it came back empty or random true crime blogs. But then I found something. A case from 2006. Woman named Eleanor, missing from Sheffield, never found. I clicked the article and my stomach dropped. It mentioned briefly that she was last seen near a residential estate where she'd been staying with someone. The article said the family hadn't released many details, but there was a quote from a neighbor about how the house had a weird door out back, painted bright red like a toy. There was nothing about the wallpaper, nothing about the limp, nothing about the cake, but I found a local news archive with an old photo from when the police were searching the property. The door. Bright red, paint too clean for an old house. I haven't shown it to my son yet. Honestly, I'm scared too. I don't know what he's remembering, or how he knows any of it. But I'm starting to wonder if this story isn't his at all. I didn't bring it up the next morning. I wanted to. I had questions circling my head all through breakfast, but I kept quiet. My son was just sitting there, swinging his feet under the table, chewing cereal like nothing strange had ever come out of his mouth. And that's what made it harder to process. He looked completely normal. 7 years old, slightly sticky with milk on his chin. How do you ask a kid why he knows the layout of a basement no one's talked about in public? I went through the day distracted. Work emails, laundry, dishes. It all felt like filler. My brain kept returning to that red door and the smell of wet towels and metal like he'd said. And I know memory isn't perfect, but I kept hearing his voice saying that line over and over again. It didn't feel like something a kid would make up. Or if he did, then it wasn't a normal kind of imagination. It felt remembered. That night, I planned to bring it up, casually, see if he still remembered it, or if he'd moved on. Sometimes kids say strange things and forget they ever said them. But right before bed, he brought it up on his own. He was brushing his teeth, and out of nowhere asked, "Do you think she gets lonely down there?" I asked who he meant. He looked up at me through the mirror and just said, "The lady in the basement." I didn't answer. I couldn't. I helped him into bed, tucked the blanket under his arms like always. I sat beside him on the edge of the mattress, trying to think of the right thing to say. Finally, I asked, "Is this story something you heard somewhere?" He shook his head, really firmly. "No, I saw it in my head. I made it up, but it's not pretend." That last part made my skin crawl. I asked him what he meant. He said sometimes when he closes his eyes, it's like watching a movie. But it's always the same one, the same story, and he just knows it's real. That was his word. Knows. "She sings to herself when she's cold," he added quietly. "Who does?" "The lady. She sings a birthday song, but really, really slow." That made my stomach turn. I don't know why that detail did it. Maybe because it was so weirdly specific. Maybe because of the way he said it, almost whispering, like it was a secret. I didn't push more. Just kissed him goodnight and told him I loved him. I sat in the hallway again. I've never done that before this started, just sitting outside his door like some kind of night watch. The hallway light was off, but the glow from his nightlight stretched out in this long stripe across the floor. I stared at it until my legs started to go numb. After he fell asleep, I went back online. I looked up the case again. Eleanor R., 39 years old when she went missing. Her photo was in all the articles: kind face, long dark hair. She had worked at a cafe on the corner of London Road and lived in temporary housing not far from where we are now. The articles mostly said the same things: disappeared without a trace, no forced entry. Last seen by a co-worker, no known enemies, no confirmed sightings since. One piece mentioned a man she had been involved with, briefly, said he walked with a limp due to a car accident years earlier. I stared at that line for a long time. The wallpaper hadn't come up in anything I could find, nor the smell, nor the cake. But now I was starting to wonder if anyone even thought to ask. I didn't want to involve him any more than I had to. But the next evening, I tried something. I printed out some pictures of basements, just random ones, found online. Some clean, some cluttered, all different. No obvious crime scene stuff, just storage rooms, mostly. I told him I was working on a drawing and needed his expert eyes. That's how I said it, tried to make it a game. I laid them out on the floor and asked if any looked familiar. He went through them slowly, dragging his finger across each photo like he was trying to pull something out of it. Then he stopped on one. "That one's close," he said, "but the light's wrong." "What kind of light is it?" He shrugged. "It flickers." He pointed to the ceiling of the photo and tapped it. "There should be a string. You pull it, like this." He mimed pulling a chain, hand over head. I looked closer at the picture. No string light, just a recessed bulb. He was right, not a match. He moved to the next one and stopped again. "That one's better," he said, "but the walls are too clean. Hers have bumps." I didn't know what he meant, so I asked. "Bumps?" "Like when paint's over bricks, but you can still feel the bricks under." That caught me off guard. It was such a specific detail, not the kind of thing a 7-year-old invents for fun, and he said it without hesitation, like it was obvious. He moved on again, then circled back to the first one and said, "This one smells more right. The metal smell. You can almost taste it." He didn't say anything after that, just went to brush his teeth and left the photos on the floor. I sat there staring at them, feeling cold all over. The more I heard, the more convinced I became that he wasn't inventing this, at least not from nothing. Maybe it was something he saw once. Maybe someone said something near him, and he absorbed it in that way kids do. But the details, they didn't feel secondhand. They felt lived. I still haven't told anyone else. My partner's away for work, and I don't want to dump all of this over the phone. My sister thinks he's just creative, but she hasn't heard him talk about it. I don't know where the line is between coincidence and something more. All I know is this doesn't feel like just a story anymore. The first person I really told was my friend Claire. We've known each other for years, and she's the kind of person who actually listens instead of just waiting for her turn to talk. We met up at the cafe near the park while my son was at school. I hadn't planned on spilling everything, but once we were halfway through our tea, it all sort of came out. I tried to frame it like a weird parenting story. Started with, "Hey, do your kids ever come out with stuff that's just really specific?" And then I told her about the woman in the basement, the red door, the birthday cake, the man with the limp. I expected her to laugh, or at least raise an eyebrow, but she didn't. She just sat back in her chair, arms crossed, listening carefully. When I finished, she leaned forward and said, "You know I watch all those crime shows, right?" I nodded. Claire is a true crime nut. Always has a podcast in her ears, always quoting something grim she read. "Well," she said, "that birthday cake detail, that stuck with me. I swear I heard something about a woman who went missing, might have been years ago, where there was some unsolved stuff about a birthday party that never happened. That threw me." I asked if she remembered any names or places. She couldn't, but she said she'd dig around when she got home. She made me promise not to Google anything while she did, which was pointless because of course I did the second I got back. Still nothing solid, just the same articles I'd already found about Eleanor R., the missing woman from 2006, the red door, the quiet exit, no updates. Claire texted that night. She hadn't found much either, but she told me she believed me. That part surprised me more than anything else. I guess I expected people to think I was being dramatic or maybe projecting stuff onto my son. But she said, "I don't know what's going on, but if he's saying these things unprompted, it means something." And yeah, that was the part I kept circling back to. Because it wasn't like he was looking for attention. He wasn't telling these stories with a flashlight under his chin. He wasn't trying to scare me. He was just remembering, quietly, on his own terms. A few days passed after that. Things felt a bit more normal. We had a weekend full of errands and laundry and cartoon marathons. I started convincing myself it was a fluke, maybe a weird coincidence. Maybe something from a half-overheard news report years ago that had wormed its way into his head. Maybe the human brain really does just invent stuff like this when it needs to. But then Sunday night came. We were doing our usual bedtime routine, brushing teeth, story, lights low. He didn't say anything strange until I turned off the lamp. Then, as I was walking toward the door, he said, "She tried the window again." I stopped. "What window?" "In the basement. It's small and near the top, like the ones in school toilets." That detail hit me hard. Our old primary school had windows like that, narrow ones right up at the ceiling line. He knew exactly what he was describing. I turned around and sat on the edge of the bed. "What happened when she tried?" He frowned, thinking. It was too small. She could see out, but she couldn't reach. And the man heard her. That's when he turned the light off for a whole day. That's how he said it, like it was just something that happened, like you'd say, "Then it rained." I didn't know what to say. He yawned and rolled over. That was it. No questions from him. No awareness that he'd just said something that would keep me up all night again. I emailed the paper that ran the original story about Eleanor. Just a general inquiry. I said I was a local parent whose child had recently described a basement and a missing person, and I was wondering if anyone had ever mentioned a window in the case. I expected nothing, maybe a polite brush-off, or silence. But I got a reply. The reporter was retired but had passed the message to someone still working there. They emailed back the next day. Short message, just this: "We're not aware of a window being mentioned in any police reports." That detail was never made public. That stopped me in my tracks. I reread it maybe 5 times. No window in the reports, not even as a guess, not published, not discussed. And yet, there it was, described to me by my 7-year-old in perfect detail. So I started writing it all down. Not online, not yet, just a notebook, old school style, everything he said, all the little details. I didn't want to forget anything, and part of me worried I'd start misremembering it all. I even started recording our bedtime chats, just in case he brought it up again. I didn't tell him. I didn't want him to change how he spoke, or think it was a game. It's like, once you start noticing a thread, you can't stop pulling. And now, more than anything, I just want to know where this is coming from. I don't think it's a ghost story. I don't think it's a game. I don't even know if I believe in past lives. But I do believe that something is moving through him. Whether it's memory, or some strange kind of echo, or something even older, I don't know. But I can't ignore it anymore. It had started to affect how I saw him. That sounds worse than I mean it, but it's true. I'd always seen him as this bright, curious little person, always bouncing between questions about space and drawing dinosaurs in the corner of his school papers. But now there was this quiet part of him I didn't understand, a place in his head I couldn't follow, and that unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. He didn't talk about the woman every day. Sometimes a whole week would go by with nothing, just regular kid stuff breakfast, cartoons, school runs. I'd start to think maybe it was over. Maybe it had passed. But then something would slip out again, casual, unprovoked, like it had never left. One night, I was half listening to him playing with his toy cars on the carpet, just zoning out on the couch. Then I heard him say, "You don't have to be scared anymore. He's not coming tonight." I asked what he meant. He didn't even look up. That's what she says to herself when she's trying to sleep. That night I poured myself a drink and called Claire again. She didn't say, "This is getting weird," or "You're overthinking." She just asked, "Do you want to come over?" So I did. We sat in her kitchen, and I filled her in on the new bits, the window, the flickering light, the man not coming tonight. Claire made this face, not shocked exactly, but disturbed, like she was trying to fit puzzle pieces together, and they didn't quite match up. Then she said, "What if he's not imagining her? What if he's, I don't know, remembering her?" "From where?" I asked. "A dream? A past life?" "I don't know, but it's not random. It's too consistent." She poured us both another drink and pulled out her laptop. She wanted to dig more into the case, not just Eleanor, but other missing persons in the area around that time. We went down this rabbit hole for hours, clicking through forums, archived newspaper scans, even some of those old blog sites people used to run about unsolved crimes. We didn't find much new about Eleanor. Same small pool of facts, same dead ends. But we did find a comment on a blog post from back in 2010. Anonymous, no name. It said, "I used to know a guy who worked maintenance near where Eleanor went missing. Said there was a unit with a weird smell and birds on the wallpaper. Told me once he was scared to open the basement door." We both just stared at it for a while. It could have been fake, internet nonsense. But after everything my son had described, the birds on the wallpaper hit hard. I remembered how he said they were yellow, and how he drew them wrong shapes, not like cartoon birds, more like little pointed figures with too many lines. I still have the drawing. Claire asked if I had ever spoken to his teacher about it. I said no, mostly because I didn't want to look like the mad parent spinning ghost stories. But she convinced me it might be good to ask if anything unusual had come up at school, just in case. Not even about the woman, just anything. So the next day I emailed his teacher, just a polite note, asking if she'd noticed any changes in him lately. I tried to keep it light, framed it as me being a slightly over-attached mom. She replied by lunchtime, said he was doing well academically, polite, friendly. But then she added, "He has mentioned someone named Nellie during quiet reading time, described her as someone who lives under a house and misses cake. He said he was writing her a letter." I didn't even know how to respond. That night, I asked him about it. He was in his pajamas, brushing his hair with that old plastic brush he refuses to throw out. I sat on the bed and said, "Your teacher said you were writing a letter. Can I see it?" He nodded like it was the most normal request in the world and pulled a piece of paper out from under his pillow. It was folded twice, just loose-lined paper with his messy writing across it. It said, "Dear Nellie, I hope you are warm. I will bring you cake if I can. You do not have to be afraid of the man with the wrong leg. He is gone. The window is too small, but maybe if you climb high, you can see the lights." That was it. I stared at it, then looked at him. He was already in bed, curling under the blanket. "Do you want me to post it?" I asked, not knowing what else to say. He shook his head. "It's just for her, not real posting." I put the letter in my nightstand drawer. I haven't taken it out since, but I think about it every night. The next day, I decided to walk the neighborhood a bit, just to see. I passed by the row of flats where Eleanor had apparently last been seen. Most of them were either completely redone or boarded up. One of them, a tall, thin unit with fading bricks, had a locked gate and an overgrown front walk. Something about it felt off. Not haunted, not cinematic, just old, ignored. Like someone tried to forget it was there. I stood out front for a few minutes, feeling weirdly guilty, like I wasn't supposed to be looking at it. Then I walked away. That night, my son didn't mention Nellie. But when I tucked him in, he said, "She likes the birds on the wall because they can leave." And I felt something in my chest twist a little. I don't know where this is going, but I know it's not done yet. The house with the overgrown front walk kept bothering me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. There was nothing outwardly strange about it. No signs, no broken windows or police tape, just neglected. The kind of property people pass without seeing, but something about it lodged itself in my mind, like a word stuck on the tip of your tongue. I didn't go back the next day, or the next. I told myself there was no point. I didn't have a plan, and I wasn't about to go knocking on doors asking about missing people from nearly 20 years ago. But on the third day, I found myself walking past it again, not intentionally. At least I told myself that. I was taking the long way back from the shops, and there it was again. Same gate. Same weeds. This time I stopped. There was no number on the gate anymore, but the post had a faint outline where one had been. I looked at the building, 2 floors, narrow windows, faded curtains drawn shut. I don't know what I expected. A feeling, maybe, a sign, but it just sat there quiet and still. I reached into my pocket and took out the copy of the letter my son had written. I'd made a photocopy of it before putting the original back in my nightstand. I don't even know why I brought it with me, except that I hadn't been able to throw it away or leave it behind. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just holding the letter in my hand, heart thumping like I'd done something wrong. Then I folded it again and slid it through the letterbox. It made a soft sound as it landed on the other side. And that was it. I walked away. Back home, I didn't say anything to my son. He was building a Lego castle and singing a song about spaghetti under his breath. I watched him from the kitchen and wondered how much he really understood about any of this. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept expecting something to happen. A knock at the door, a dream, I don't even know. But the hours passed and nothing did. Morning came like always. A week went by. Then one afternoon, Claire texted me. "You're not going to like this," she wrote. but I just saw something weird. I called her immediately. She told me she'd been walking near the flats not far from that same building, and she saw a woman standing by the gate, older, wearing a blue coat. Just standing there, not doing anything. Then Claire said she recognized the coat. "I'm not saying it was her," she said, "but it looked just like the coat from the photo, from the Eleanor article, the one she wore the day she went missing." I asked if she was sure. She said no, but she was rattled enough to tell me. I went back there later that evening, heart in my throat the whole way. The building looked the same, no one outside. The letterbox was empty. The letter was gone. That was when I noticed it. The curtain in the second-floor window, the smallest one, near the back, had moved, just a little, like someone had touched it recently. Maybe it had always been like that. Maybe I had imagined it. I stood there staring at the window until a car passed and snapped me out of it. Back home, I was sitting on the edge of the bath while my son brushed his teeth when he said something new. "She found the light again," he mumbled, toothpaste foam at the corners of his mouth. "What light?" He shrugged. "It buzzes now, but it's on. That means she's not scared." That part hit me like a punch to the chest, because it wasn't scary. It wasn't even particularly dramatic, but it felt real. Real in that quiet way grief feels when it sneaks up on you during a song or a smell, just simple and full of weight. I didn't say anything. I just nodded. The next morning, a letter was slid under our door. Not addressed to anyone, just a plain white envelope. Inside was a piece of notebook paper, torn on the side. In a shaky hand it said, "Tell him she remembers." That was all. No signature, no return address, nothing else in the envelope. I must have read it 20 times. Every possibility ran through my mind. A prank, a mistake, someone trying to scare me. But there was nothing to trace, no prints, no handwriting sample to compare. And I didn't show it to him, my son. I didn't want to plant anything in his head. I didn't want this to grow into something I couldn't pull him back from. But that night, when I tucked him in, he smiled at me in this quiet way I hadn't seen in months. "She remembers now," he said softly. I nodded. "How do you know?" He shrugged. "I just do." And that was it. No more new details after that. No more basement stories. No more talk of the man or the red door. It was like something inside him had gone still. Not vanished exactly, just quiet. I wish I had some neat explanation. I don't. I wish I could tell you someone confessed, or that the house was searched and they found a secret room, but none of that happened. The building is still there, still old, still quiet. I still walk by sometimes, not often, just enough. And every now and then, I swear I see a light on in the upper window, buzzing softly. It's been 3 months since the letter, the one that said, "Tell him she remembers." I still have it in a drawer, folded between 2 pieces of cardboard so it won't get crumpled. I take it out sometimes when the flat is quiet, when my son's asleep, and there's nothing left to do but sit in the kind of silence that feels bigger than it should. He hasn't brought her up again, not once. It's like a switch flipped. No more bedtime stories, no more drawings, no more strange lines about smells or singing or windows too small. He's gone back to being a regular kid, talking about Minecraft and what sandwich he wants for lunch. I didn't realize how much I missed the normal stuff until it came back. The shift wasn't immediate, though. It was gradual, like a fog lifting one layer at a time. At first, I didn't trust it. I kept waiting for him to whisper something strange again, or pull out a new drawing that made my stomach twist, but it never came. And I think the reason it stopped is because whatever it was, memory or message or echo, finally made it through. Someone heard it. Maybe that was the point. I've gone over every possibility in my head. I've asked myself all the questions you're probably thinking right now. Could he have overheard something as a toddler, something buried that resurfaced later? Could he have been influenced by a show or a story, or even something I said without remembering? I've thought about brain development, about subconscious processing, about everything that might make it more explainable. But even with all of that, I can't account for the accuracy, the details, the timing. He should not have known any of it. And yet he did. I never took the letter to the police. I considered it, but I couldn't bring myself to explain the context. How do you walk into a station and say, my 7-year-old might be channeling memories from a woman who disappeared in 2006? They would have nodded politely, filed it away, and I'd have walked out feeling more alone than before. Instead, I wrote a letter of my own, addressed to no one. I printed a photo of Eleanor from the archive and wrote a few lines on the back. I hope someone remembers you now. I didn't sign it. I left it at the front step of that same house, tucked under a loose brick near the gate. I didn't wait around to see if anyone picked it up. And that was it. I haven't gone back since. Claire keeps asking if I ever plan to. She's been quiet about it lately, not pushing, but I can tell she still wants answers too. We sat on her patio one afternoon, both of us sipping tea while the sun fought through clouds, and she said something that stuck with me. Maybe it's not about solving anything. Maybe it's just about listening. And I think that's true. Because whatever this was, a haunting, a memory, a thread of something unspeakable passed from one life to another, it didn't come asking to be solved. It came asking to be heard. I asked my son gently if he remembered anything about Nellie. He frowned for a second, like he was trying to recall something from a dream he had months ago. Then he shook his head. Not really, he said, just that she was sad, but not anymore. That was all. I didn't press further. I don't know how much of this will stay with him as he gets older. Maybe it'll fade completely, like how kids forget old toys and playground games. Or maybe it'll linger in that strange corner of the brain where forgotten things go never really gone, just buried under more familiar thoughts. But I'll remember. Not just the story, but the feeling, the weight of it, the quiet truth that sometimes we don't get explanations. We get fragments, shadows, impressions. And we have to make peace with not knowing everything. There's one more thing. A week ago, while cleaning out the hallway cupboard, I found a shoebox I didn't recognize, not hidden, just tucked behind some old paint trays. Inside were drawings, a lot of them, all on loose paper, some crumpled, some folded, and all of them clearly drawn by my son. I thought I'd seen them all, but these were different, more detailed, older, maybe from the early days when he first started talking about her. The birds on the wallpaper, drawn again and again in yellow pencil, the red door, a limp figure standing at the top of a staircase. But one of them, the last one, made me stop. It was a simple sketch of a birthday cake, 5 candles, I counted. In the corner, in small handwriting, it said, "She got it this time." I didn't show it to anyone. I folded it carefully and placed it with the letter from the door. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe he drew it after seeing a birthday card. Maybe he was just finishing the story in his own head. Or maybe, and I don't say this lightly, maybe she got what she was waiting for. Whatever the truth is, I'm not scared of it anymore. I just hope, whoever she was, wherever she is now, someone finally saw her and remembered.